bottomless. Yeah, he tried it then, but we gon' get up out of this. Saying you a coward and the government is siding with him. But one thing about it, my God is merciful, true. And two things about it, he's still working for. You took my mom, you took a whole lot of black women. Now we behind this, gon' take some time to get back in it. Yeah, we black, but are we that different? To send a virus to our people to make them go missing. It's like they trying to keep my people sitting in detention. They put this virus on this earth, but they forgot to mention I really need my spiritual people to listen. Cause this is only the beginning, this is never ending. And for my people in my city, just know I'm riding with you. And I'm riding to the end. And I'm riding to the end. Our people every day. Cause anywhere that we go, it became such a long life as they wait at the gate. They talk about wearing masks, but we must pray. Our people are fading away.
It's time to pray. In this time and stay, gotta dig deep down for faith. Cause I know a lot of people that done lost their way, had lost their faith. God, if it gon' come down, right now it's time. Everybody around me dying, cause I'm tired of crying. I don't wanna give up and don't believe. I'm trying. My brother from another mother lost his brother. And that same brother from another mother lost his mother. That make us ask you why. We die. It'll turn to thunder and rain. We still on earth, we got days. Still gotta keep on wishing and maintain. I believe it's a better place than this earth we own. I'm feeling like boom. I hope we see y'all at the crossroads. Never knew for sure I could be in a better place than this state. I would take off and try to get to the front gates. And I hope I got a space. And we pray, and we pray, and we pray, and we pray every day, every day, every day, every day to stay strong and move on. Cause we ain't got no place that we can go and escape by our heads. Let's fight it.
Our people every day. Cause anywhere that we go, we ain't safe. It became such a long life as they wait at the gate. They talk about wearing masks, but we must pray. Our people are fading away. Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, everybody. Drop a one in the chat if you can hear me. Y'all know I ain't no morning person, but this is a very important morning for me, as well as it is for the whole entire Black community, and especially for this, for definitely the Ahmaud Arbery family. Crucial K in the building. What's going on? Shout out to Ghost Man for calling and making sure the nigga was up. Salute to my homie. Crawley's in the building. Got the Lioness in the building. What's going on, Faith? Yeah, who else in here? Anna, what's going on, Anna? Appreciate you for being here. 12 in the building. MTGV. I called you too, MTGV. You didn't answer the phone last night. But we'll chop it up later. Who else in here? Boy, y'all beat me in the goddamn chat. That's what's up. Lady A1 in the building. Salute. William Richardson Sr. Appreciate you for being here. Cuzzo's in the building. Yeah. I love saying that shit. Cub. Balance in the building. Chloe, what's going on, Chloe? I'm surprised Chloe up. Just like me. 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock in the morning working on case studies and shit. But hey, that's what we do. But I did drop the link in the chat. If anybody who want to come up here and chill with me, voice their opinion, give their educated guess on how much time the three amigos about to get, feel free to do so. Y'all know how I rock. But still seems like they're waiting. So we're gonna play a little bit of music. So we ain't sitting here just in silence. You know, I talk to you, but we're gonna do it like this right here. We're gonna kick it off like this right here.
This is my family. This is my family. This is my family. This is my family grind. This is my family.
Yeah, don't forget, Cousins and Conversations starts this Sunday. I'll make sure y'all tune in. We're going to be lit live, and we're going to have a great time. You get the opportunity to meet me and my family and see why I am the way I am and see my upbringing. You'll definitely get to see more spiritual side of me. But yeah, make sure y'all tune in this Sunday. You feel me? Let's see. Check out this chat. Play another song in just a second. Yeah, also, yeah. I'm glad you typed that in there, because I definitely want people to tune in to see this as well. Hold on 1 second. What I did with it. What I did with it.
I wrote on the track so you know it's fire.
It's real out here. There's a lot going on. Unnecessary deaths and killings. I don't think y'all understand. I just got a few questions. Why? Why I gotta be this way? Why they gotta see this way? Why we gotta beg and plead and hope that we can see a better day? Why? But them days will never come. If all we do is just blast. All we do is just blast. All we do is just blast. Guns down, put the guns down. They can't. Guns down, put the guns down. Put the guns down. They can't. Put the guns down. Put the guns down. Put the guns down. They guns down. Put the guns down. Put the guns down. Put the guns down. They can't. Guns down. Guns down. The system keep pulling us down. Guns down. Put the guns down. They can't. It's us that's killing us now. Guns down. Put the guns down. They can't down. We gotta put the guns down. Put the guns down. They can't. Why I gotta be this way? Why they gotta see this way? Why we gotta beg and plead and hope that we can see a better day? But them days will never come. If all we do is just blast. Keep living your life like that on these streets, we'll see how long you gon' last. Yeah, you got a gun, now you a man. That's all you see in yourself. Doing you, not doing them. You should be being yourself. Out here trying to thug and run the streets. You ain't being yourself. Just slanging and banging, robbing and shooting. You ain't seeing yourself. You a dead man or you locked up. Yeah, either way you still boxed up. So now it's time to get a block up and just do your time. Or you own your t-shirt doing your time. So RIP to all the ones that's dead and gone. So sad that you had to do your time. Cause cowards shooting, yeah, cowards firing. He got a gun, he a tough man. But I really didn't had enough, man. But a tough man got a tough hand. Just walk away. So put the guns down so both of y'all can see another day. Or y'all can handle it another way. There's nothing more I really have to say. Just a question, yeah, just a question. Why I gotta be this way? Why they gotta see this way? Why we gotta beg and plead and hope that we can see a better day? But them days will never come. All we do is just blast. All we do is just blast. All we do is they can't put the guns down, put the guns down, put the guns down. They can't put the guns down, put the guns down, put the guns down. No, they can't put the guns down, put the guns down, put the guns down. They can't down, put the guns down, put the guns down, put the guns down. They can't put the guns down. The system keep pulling us down. Guns down, put the guns down. They can't. It's us that's killing us now. Guns down, put the guns down. They can't down. We gotta put the guns down, put the guns down. They can't. Why I gotta be this? Put the guns down. Why I gotta see stop the violence? Why we gotta different ways to handle it? Get some boxing better. Or just walk away and let it go. Nobody deserves to lose their life over some petty arguments in the street. All we do is just blast and go down. You already know this real respect I'm giving. Full house. You did. Put the guns down. Yeah, that was the Ghost with OY. Guns down, gloves up. Yeah, that part, man. What's going on, Jazz? It's kind of early for you to be up. Appreciate you for sliding through. But yeah, I'll make sure y'all go check out the Ghost new album, man. Controversy. That dude's a very controversial person, but he say some real shit when it's time to. I tell you that much. We sit and we wait for these people to come in this courtroom or go live in this courtroom. Remember the link is in the chat. If you want to come up here and chat, feel free. But until then, still getting my bearings together because I ain't no morning person, to be honest with you. But hey, this is important. This is going to be a celebration for me.
Hey, we got a black male out here, fit the description of Arbery. He's running. He keep running. I can't catch up with him. Stop. He keeps running. He's running right now. He's running.
Together we stand, divided we fall. They were dead wrong how they did, little dog. The whole city crushed, we gotta stand tall. It could have been us, but it happened to be mud. Together we stand, divided we fall. They were dead wrong how they did, little dog. The whole city crushed, we gotta stand tall. It could have been us, but it happened to be mud. No justice, no peace. Make a nigga feel like fuck them police. This crooked ass system really working like bleach. It's good for the white and not for the color. It's kinda hard being a young black brother from a struggle that nobody seem to understand. They kill Ahmaud like they do them killings in the clans. It's 3 whites, 3 guns, and 1 black man. He unarmed, I'm like Mark never had a chance. Even the 40 man, we seen him throwing up his hands. Without that gun, it look like Mark was getting on your ass. Behind that badge, Modi crackers working for the clan. It's hard to maintain out here, being a black man. Because a black man kill a black man, that cool, they loving that. Black man kill a white man and they sentencing him to death. White man kill a black man and they scream about self-defense. Break it down to manslaughter and got all the evidence. We stand, divided we fall. They were dead wrong how they did, little dog. The whole city crushed, we gotta stand tall. It could have been us, but it happened to be mud. Together we stand, divided we fall. They were dead wrong.
It's not fair. As a young black man, life's not fair.
It could have been
He said,
us,
Dad,
but
but
it
you don't
happened to be
understand.
mud.
Every time I go to school, this white kid challenges me to a race. He began to explain how the white child set the race up, how his starting position was 50 paces from the swing set, and how my son's starting position was 450 paces from the swing sets. First one to the swing sets would win. On your mark, get set, go. My son would run as hard and as fast as he could, but he could never make it to the swing sets before that white child. This happened day after day, and eventually the white child looked at my son confused, and he said, "What's the matter with you, boy? Maybe you should try harder. Maybe you should do more. Maybe you should do better. What are you, lazy?" My son responded in frustration. He said, "What? But you had a 400 pace head start." The white child smiled and said, "See, that's your problem. You always playing that pace card. Maybe you should stop making excuses." But for 400 years, son, young black men, Morehouse men, you better keep them legs turning and ignore what the world tells you should be. You better keep them arms pumping and ignore what the world tells you that you can't do. And you better run, you better run, you better run, black boy, run.
I run with Ahmaud. Together we stand, divided we fall. Stove on low.
Salute the Bold Stove with that jam called Mod. Right here from my city as well. 10 toes down, holding it down. Salute to the Supreme Commander, Grandmaster J, for helping Brunswick get this thing off the ground. Can't forget that. Please don't forget that. It's been a long time coming. Had a rough 2020. Can you believe it? This happened in 20. This is almost 2 years ago. Getting real close. I still remember that shit like it was yesterday. I still remember it was like it was yesterday. Coming out my damn neighborhood, seeing all them goddamn police. Me having no idea what the hell happened. But I know Mark looking down and he's very, very proud because I am. Yeah, we're waiting on the jury. Let me put that back on the screen so y'all don't think I'm not watching. I am watching. I got it on 2 computers right here. Like we got somebody else streaming it too. I don't know who that guy is though. Nah, they waiting just like we are. Take this off the screen. Go ahead and share my screen. Make sure it's back up here. Remember John Q? I was on John Q Live last night. Said, I don't think they're going to start at 10. You're absolutely right. Because it's 10:22 and they still ain't ready. Salute to John Q and Miss Q Carlock. Y'all make sure y'all check they lives out. They podcast on Wednesdays. Q Squared. That's my shit. I was with them all night. Well, I'm talking about John went live twice yesterday. Salute to Mr. David Robinson, who's in search of what happened to his son Daniel. Went missing out there in what is it, Arizona, I believe. They're doing a big search, I believe. Well, I don't know why the 15th standing out to me right now. If I'm wrong, if anybody in here they know that exact date, please drop it in the chat. Appreciate all my mods being in the building. Trying to get that pulled up for y'all real quick. Where the hell is the song? Oh, I'm in the wrong folder. That's why. Chill, I'm not an early bird at all. We're gonna listen to some BSM. Need a moment to vent. I love this jam right here.
Let me vent. Yeah, I've done dirt, no doubt. My day ones can vouch. Shit is a maze, I need a way out. This blood stain permanent, can't scrub it out. Let me get this shit off my chest before they finally lay my ass to rest. Let me vent. Let me talk to y'all. I inhale the beat, exhale the truth. I am the streets. Who the fuck are you? Crime rate increase when bills are due. Over my head I need a roof, so I started selling crack as a youth. I use words to paint portraits of society's ills. Are you living to die, nigga, or you dying to live? Keep a weapon concealed, cause my hood is like a battlefield. What goes around comes around, karma's a carousel. And this amusement park, I refuse to call life. Something about this roller coaster that don't feel right. More downs than ups, or maybe I got bad luck. We go to jail and come out buff and tatted up, still feeling caged up, thinking that God don't give a fuck. That's probably the reason a lot of niggas are atheists. Shit, I still believe God has a plan for me, even though someone poisoned the roots of my family tree. I speak for those that have no voice. The life I live, all these other rappers wanna exploit, but I'd rather show them everything glitter isn't gold and try to detour them off this self-destructive road that I traveled so many times that I finally got wise. No man can judge me, only God gets scrutinized. So yeah, I'm throwing rocks and I live in a glass house. I'm trying to crack a wall in this bitch and air it out. Yeah, let me get this shit off my chest before they finally lay my ass to rest. Yes, let me vent. I'm always on edge, I'm stressed. I have a few things I must confess. Yes, let me vent. Let me get this shit off my chest before they finally lay my ass to rest. Yes, let me vent. I'm always on edge, I'm stressed. I have a few things I must confess. Yeah, let me vent.
Yeah, my Brody Port told me breathe on it. Plant the vision underneath and watch the seed open. As a youngin', I was raised by my pops. Older brother running the streets, I watched. Took heed to his words, he told me how the street life shice. Cold nights, rolling the dice, but that's not life. I learned at an early age, they don't want niggas to live that long. Learned that all my skin folk wasn't kinfolk all along. That's before I was grown. Looking back, I probably took it for granted. The vital lessons of life happen organic if you let it. And pardon if I vent momentarily, moments of clarity. Spoken broad emotion is therapy, this the conduit to ventilation. Speaking life to the audience, listen close and peep the message, it's obvious, listen. Now breathe, now breathe, now let me vent.
Let me get this shit off my chest before they finally lay my ass to rest. Yes, let me vent. I'm always on edge, I'm stressed. I have a few things I must confess. Yes, let me vent. Let me get this shit off my chest before they finally lay my ass to rest. Yes, let me vent. I'm always on edge, I'm stressed. I have a few things I must confess. Yeah, let me vent.
Let me exhale, story told next tale. That church was that work, bending corners into the next cell. Went from a good life to sending kites to the next cell. Lost my whole wife, putting pipe in the next tail. But still was making money through the night, cause sex sells. When them hoes put on them clothes, they about to have a sex sale. Let's tell tricks, hit the block and pamper fantasies. Had a chick from Cantonese, planted on her hands and knees. So prepared to grant the deed, taught her the trade to make the change. Only kept it real with her, I ain't had to fake the game. I know that I'm making money, I know that money don't make the man. But I was never with that high cap and I was really out here baking, fam. I'm smoking perp, rocking gold like the Lakers fan. You don't think she said, nigga, I ain't fucking with you nakers, man. Niggas never wake up until they put to sleep. Or whatever Pac said and he's not dead cause he still lives in me.
Yeah, let me get this shit off my chest before they finally lay my ass to rest. Yes, let me vent. I'm always on edge, I'm stressed. I have a few things I must confess. Yes, let me vent. Let me get this shit off my chest before they finally lay my ass to rest. Yes, let me vent. I'm always on edge, I'm stressed. I have a few things I must confess. Yeah, let me vent.
That was vent. Let me get this shit off my chest before they. Hey, that damn Port City hell, boy. Y'all make sure y'all go check out BSM, the world's greatest rap group. New project out right now. All major platforms. BSM Volume 2. Yeah, y'all make sure y'all check that out. I guess on this other station, at least they showing something about the case. Still no activity yet, but I got something that I can at least put on the screen. Y'all give me one second.
Ahmaud Arbery. He was shot and killed in February of 2020 as he was taking a jog through Brunswick. Those men chased him and then stopped him and got out of the truck and shot him, and video documented each moment of that. They have since been convicted in that killing, and inside a judge
to do that.
Whether or not these three men ever have the chance for parole. All three face life in prison. The question on the table today is, will they get parole? They were sentenced the day after Thanksgiving. That's 42 days ago.
Sentenced the day after Thanksgiving. That's 42 days ago. The jury handed down that verdict. Today is sentencing day. Again, the judge had talked about handing down that sentence decision at 10 o'clock, but they are inside right now going through some judicial paperwork, some housekeeping, and going through some motions. And as soon as they give the green light, we will take you inside so you can see how the end of this phase is finalized. What is up next in 1 month is jury selection to begin for a federal hate crimes trial against these three men. I'm curious, at a moment like this, talk us through, from your perspective, having been inside the double doors we just showed, what is everybody inside feeling as these moments tick away from what is a very significant decision?
Right? And both sides were very anxious. And then at the end of it, there was people that felt anguish on one side, and then there were people that felt relief on the other side. And then there was a lull, and now it started all over again. For these delayed sentencings, that's what you deal with. And so everybody sitting in there is anxious. And so, both sides are, the defendant's family members and friends, they're anxious, because, they want the most lenient sentence, right? But the Arbery's, and Ahmaud Arbery's family and friends, they're anxious because they believe justice would be perhaps the most harsh sentence in this case, which would be life without parole. They don't want these folks to ever come home again because their loved one is not going to come home again. And so there's a lot of anxiety, there's nervousness, and and they're just going to have to wait just like last time and see how it goes, because, last time it was in the hands of 12 people on a jury. This time it's
no doubt. Is ultimately the one that makes the decision, not the jury. This is the judge's decision. The jury, their task simply was to decide guilty or not guilty, and the judge really takes the ball from here. And then the federal hate crimes trial, that is the case as well in a federal hate crimes trial.
Yeah, that's the case. That is the case as well on the federal hate crimes trial. It'll go very similar to this. Don't be surprised if during that trial there's evidence that's released that you didn't hear, or perhaps you didn't even know about in this case. I can tell you from being inside of cases that of conducting cases or handling cases that the media covered, there were things that were reported and there were things that were not reported, quite frankly, that were different than what we actually knew. And so don't be surprised when the hate crime trial starts if there's other evidence that's not come to light yet that gets presented.
We could learn a lot more during that phase. That will be really interesting to watch. As you've been talking, Mr. James, about this distinction about the judge determining sentence, not the jury, I want to talk more about that. And our Y guy did a really interesting explainer about why that is the law in Georgia, but not necessarily every other state.
They listen to days, sometimes weeks of testimony, learning intimate details about a crime. It's up to members of a jury to use that information to decide if a defendant is guilty or innocent of that crime. What happens after that is usually out of the jury's hands. The 3 men convicted of murdering Ahmaud Arbery will be sentenced by a judge, not the jury that found them guilty.
They might have thought they had some say in it, and so they probably are shocked as well that they don't have any say.
Here's why.
They didn't have any say. It is up to the judge, who has now put his microphone on and taken his seat behind the bench. We're going to take you now into the courtroom to follow what happens from here in the sentencing.
The sentencing was noticed for today. Is the state ready to proceed?
Let's go.
Yes, Your Honor, the state is ready to proceed.
Is Travis McMichael ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor, we're ready.
Greg McMichael.
Yes, Your Honor.
And Mr. Brown.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Any preliminary matters from the state?
No preliminary matters from the state, Your Honor.
Any preliminary matters from Travis McMichael?
No, Your Honor.
Greg McMichael.
No, Your Honor.
And Mr. Bryan.
Yes, Your Honor. We filed 3 motions this morning. I have a 4th motion to make orally. I'm not going to belabor them at any great length, but I didn't want to have them on file for the record. We filed this morning a motion to bar imposition of sentence of life without parole as to defendant Bryan for felony murder. That is basically, we're arguing for an extension of the decision of the U.S. Supreme Court in Edmond v. Florida, which held that individuals who are convicted of felony murder without killing, attempting to kill, or intending to kill are not eligible for the death penalty. We're pursuing that both under the 8th Amendment to the United States Constitution, paragraph 16 and paragraph 17 of the Constitution of the state of Georgia. We're asking the court to extend that reasoning one step further, reflecting evolving standards of decency, and hold that the imposition of a sentence of life without parole for felony murder would likewise be unconstitutionally cruel under our constitutions, absent evidence that defendant Bryan killed, attempted to kill, or intended to kill Ahmaud Arbery. We don't believe any of those facts are in dispute in this case. That's our first motion.
Anything from the state?
Yes, Your Honor. The reason felony murder is felony murder and different from malice murder is because of the lack of specific intent to commit the murder. As we all know, when a co-defendant like 2 men go into a convenience store and they attack the convenience store clerk, and the clerk, defending himself, shoots and kills one of the armed robbers. The first armed robber is responsible for the death of his friend and co-defendant under felony murder, because while there was no intent for one armed robber to kill the other armed robber, it's a matter of responsibility under felony murder, not a matter of intent to kill. And in this particular case, Mr. Bryan is eligible for this court to impose a sentence of life without the possibility of parole. There is nothing preventing this court from doing that on a felony murder charge, because felony murder, once again, is about responsibility, not about intent to kill. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Goff.
Your Honor, with all due respect to Ms. Kowski, I don't believe that that response addressed the issue. The issue is for an individual system such as Mr. Bryan, who did not kill, did not attempt to kill, and did not intend to kill, whether or not the Eighth Amendment allows the imposition of a sentence of life without parole is not a question of the Georgia sentencing scheme or statutes. It's a question of federal constitutional law. Clearly, under those circumstances, the death penalty, imposition of the death penalty, is cruel and unusual. We are contending since Edmond v. Florida in 1982 that standards and our sense of decency in society have evolved to the point where the Eighth Amendment does not allow the imposition of a sentence of life without parole for felony murder, absent killing, an attempt to kill, or intent to kill. And I don't think the state contests that those are not the facts of this case. I think the state is relying on the fact that the United States Supreme Court hasn't addressed this issue yet, at least not to my knowledge. We're preserving the issue for appeal.
All right, the court received the motion to bar imposition of sentence of life without the possibility of parole as defendant Bryan for felony murder this morning. It looks like it was filed at 8:18. I have reviewed the motion. It cites the one case that was just referenced by Mr. Goff, and having considered the arguments of counsel, the court denies the motion. Mr. Goff.
Thank you, Your Honor. Our second motion is a motion to declare unconstitutional mandatory life sentence for felony murder for a discrete class of offenders, and in the alternative, motion to bar imposition of life sentence as to defendant Bryan for felony murder. The previous motion addressed whether or not Mr. Bryan was eligible under the Eighth Amendment for a sentence of life without parole. This motion challenges whether Mr. Bryan can be sentenced to a mandatory life sentence for felony murder, both as a class of individuals who have not killed, intended to kill, or attempted to kill, and also as to Mr. Bryan individually. And we contend that this is essentially, the first part of it is taking the Edmond case that has already been discussed this morning, not one step, but two steps, to strike down mandatory felony murder for people that convicted of felony murder that fall within that class of individuals that have not killed, attempted to kill, or intended to kill. This is an issue which has tremendous import in the state of Georgia and around the country, in that there are hundreds in Georgia and probably thousands of individuals around the country who are serving life sentences, have been in prison for many, many years, who drove the car that was used to escape from the armed robbery, or provided the key to break into the house not knowing that it was occupied. There's all kinds of people out there across the country serving life sentences right now who never killed, attempted to kill, or intended to kill, but have been subjected to mandatory life imprisonment. I would venture to say the majority of those individuals tend to be African American, but I haven't studied it in depth in a while. But that doesn't matter. It doesn't matter whether you're white, black, or Martian. It's still wrong for the legislature to require this court, to compel this court as a matter of law to impose a mandatory life sentence on an individual who hasn't killed, attempted to kill, or intended to kill. And again, this is an issue that would have significant impact if it were granted, but we are certainly preserving that issue. Secondly, with respect to Mr. Bryan individually, we believe that he is not eligible for imposition of a mandatory life sentence pursuant to the Eighth Amendment. Based on the totality of the circumstances surrounding the offense, his criminal history and other circumstances, which we'll get into in the sentencing hearing, and that the imposition of a life sentence to Mr. Bryan would be unconstitutionally cruel and disproportionate. And we cite the relevant Supreme Court authorities as to that issue.
Thank you, Judge. Your Honor, the legislature has spoken not only with 1651, which imposes a mandatory life sentence for felony murder, but also with party to a crime and conspiracy. All of those laws are on the books for a very important reason, which is responsibility for your actions. And at this point, the state is not flying the face of the legislature or the statutes that are on the books, especially 1651, based on this particular argument that somehow Mr. Bryan is special and outside the imposition of the law. Thank you.
Any further word on that motion?
On behalf of Greg McMichael, we'd like to join that motion, but without any further argument.
Yeah, it doesn't apply to us, really.
Your Honor, I don't have to object. I'm arguing, I guess. But the idea that Mr. Bryan is asking for special treatment here is just wrong and contrary to the argument actually made. Our position is that no one in America convicted of felony murder who did kill or attempt to kill or intend to kill should be subjected to a mandatory life sentence. That doesn't mean that a court couldn't impose a mandatory life sentence. It means that the court should constitutionally have the discretion to impose the sentence that is appropriate, and for the legislature to dictate that these individuals, such as Mr. Bryan, the court cannot consider a sentence of less than life imprisonment is cruel and unusual, and this practice needs to stop. It's gone on since before I was born, before Your Honor was born. It was wrong then, it's wrong now, and sometime, somewhere, it has to stop. Secondly, as to Mr. Bryan individually, again, it's not suggesting that Mr. Bryan is special. It's suggesting that anyone in Mr. Bryan's circumstances, under the facts of this case, anyone besides Mr. Bryan with the same criminal history, with the same background, with the same circumstances, that imposition of a mandatory life sentence would likewise be disproportionate as to them. So this is not a request for special treatment. It is a request for individualized sentencing consistent with the Eighth Amendment.
All right. Again, the motion filed this morning, I did have an opportunity to review the motion. Having heard the arguments of counsel, the court denies the motion. Mr. Goff.
Our third and last formal written motion is a motion to vacate the illegal felony murder convictions based on double jeopardy. And I don't want to be accused of plagiarizing. An inmate apparently from the Michigan criminal prison system, Mr. Sires, was kind enough to draft a motion for me to file. And even went out and found Georgia case law. Your Honor, I have to confess it doesn't quite reconcile with my memory of all of the Georgia case law. But the argument's pretty good. Mr. Bryan was acquitted of count 2, felony murder. There is only one felony murder statute. And therefore, once you've been acquitted of felony murder in count 2, double jeopardy bars conviction under counts 3, 4, and 5. The argument being that they're all different ways to commit the same offense. And we believe that under the authorities, which are not just state authorities, they're federal authorities, including Arbery of the U.S., 437 U.S. 64, that the court should find that double jeopardy bars imposition of sentence under counts 3, 4, and 5. Independent of that, we also have an issue with respect to the jury returned a verdict of not guilty as to the lesser offenses on count 7, and therefore the verdict on count 7 is repugnant with the verdict of the jury as to the lesser offenses. I would note, I don't recall the court asking the jury to address the lesser offenses unless and until Mr. Bryan was found not guilty on the indicted offense of count 7. But nevertheless, the jury did return verdicts of not guilty. The state did not object to the return of those verdicts at the time. And those not guilty verdicts on those 3 lesser offenses are repugnant to the conviction on count 7. And therefore, count 7 should be set aside for that reason. And that is my motion.
From the state.
Thank you, Judge. Your Honor, it has been the law in the state of Georgia and commented and gone over by the Supreme Court of Georgia, especially as recently as 2015 in Duggar versus the state, Dugger versus the state, 297 Georgia 120. And similar circumstances where a defendant was found not guilty of the malice murder charge, but guilty of the felony murder charge. And he claimed double jeopardy because only one person was dead and they came back not guilty on the malice. And in this particular case, Duggar, they said, no, that's not how this works. Appellant faced a single prosecution and he received a single punishment for murdering the victim. That's the quote from this. His double jeopardy rights were therefore not violated. In addition, he wanted to argue that these were inconsistent verdicts. Once again, the court held that that is not the case. There was no inconsistency between the verdicts of guilty on felony murder and not guilty on malice murder. Now, of course, in this case for Mr. Bryan, he's claiming, well, there was a series of felony murders. Well, the felony murders are predicated on certain underlying acts. And in this case, the jury did find him not guilty of aggravated assault with a shotgun and also not guilty of felony murder based on that aggravated assault with the shotgun. So therefore, their verdict was consistent in that manner, but they did find him guilty of aggravated assault with the pickup truck, false imprisonment, and criminal attempt at false imprisonment, and the felony murder associated with that. The state is going to, of course, argue that 2 of those felony murders will be vacated by operation of law and that Mr. Bryan will only be sentenced to 1 of the felony murder counts. And so therefore, based on Duggar as well as numerous other cases, and I believe Duggar was most recently cited in 2020 by the Strong case by the Georgia Supreme Court, that there is no sound legal basis in the state of Georgia for a double jeopardy claim, as well as numeration 22 on page 4 of defendant Bryan's motion, finding someone not guilty of a lesser charge doesn't necessarily mean they're not guilty of a more egregious charge. So the fact that they came back not guilty on those lesser charges versus the more heavy charge does not all of a sudden mean that it's a repugnant and or inconsistent verdict. We ask that you deny the motion. Thank you.
Your Honor, as Ms. Donikoski was so kind to point out, Duggar is readily distinguished. Obviously, malice murder is one crime, felony murder is another. Ms. Donikoski is confusing the merger concept with the double jeopardy issue. In this case, these are all felony murder counts, but they're all the same crime. So that is what distinguishes the Duggar case. And furthermore, with respect to the lesser offenses, Your Honor, the jury's verdict on the 3 lesser offenses of not guilty indicates that the jury concluded that an element of the offense, the greater offense, was missing. The verdicts are repugnant. I would submit they're repugnant as a matter of law, and that therefore the court must vacate count 7 as to Mr. Bryan. And that doesn't mean that there won't be 2 other felony murder counts left. It may be an academic discussion, but nevertheless, we're asking the court to vacate the conviction under count 7 as repugnant with the 3 misdemeanor counts and impose sentence on the misdemeanor count only.
Again, as previously indicated, the court received the motion this morning. I did take a look through the motion. We've taken a look at Duggar, case cited by the state, and the court denies the motion. I understand you've got 1 oral motion?
Yes, Your Honor. I appreciate the court's patience. Your Honor, we are making an additional constitutional challenges to Georgia's sentencing scheme with respect to the imposition of a sentence of life without the possibility of parole. And again, as I think prosecutors suggested many years ago, a lot of the sentencing jurisprudence and criminal law jurisprudence began in death penalty cases with the theory that death is different. Well, I think the evolving case law over the last several decades has demonstrated that death is really not so very different after all. We assert 8th and 5th Amendment challenges to Georgia's sentencing scheme which rightly gives judges broad discretion in determining sentences, but with respect to life without parole, that discretion is effectively unguided, as opposed to the sentencing scheme in a death penalty case for determining the imposition of the death penalty. Besides being cruel, the sentencing scheme also violates due process in that the statutes fail to provide sufficient guidance to the trial court. And therefore, Georgia's sentencing scheme is hopelessly ambiguous as well as arbitrary and capricious. Moreover, without any required findings of fact or conclusions of law, there is nothing for an appellate court to review to determine whether a sentence of life without parole has been lawfully imposed. Furthermore, we assert a Sixth Amendment challenge, which I would call an Apprendi challenge, although it's not actually the authority, that any facts that increase a mandatory minimum sentence must be set, which in this case would be life without parole as opposed to a life sentence, that any fact that increases a mandatory minimum sentence must be submitted to a jury and found true beyond a reasonable doubt. And I cite Olen v. U.S., ALLEYNE, 133 S. Court 2151, 2013. Blakely v. Washington, BLAKELY v. Washington, 542 U.S. 296, 2004. Your Honor, the jury acquitted as to counts 2 and 6. With count 7, it is impossible to determine what facts the jury found in this case because the state elected to pack so much into count 7. You've got parties to the crime, you've got principals to the crime, you've got the McMichaels pickup truck, you've got Mr. Bryan's pickup truck, and you've got whether it's an intent to injure or whether it's placing Mr. Arbery in reasonable apprehension of receiving an injury. There's so many different theories that the jury could have returned a verdict on that there's no way to draw any findings, meaningful findings of fact for sentencing purposes from the verdict that the jury rendered. And therefore, under these circumstances, there's nothing here for which the court could find a jury-found basis for imposing the sentence that the state is seeking in this case. Thank you.
Just on behalf of Mr. McMichael, we would join the motion.
On behalf of Greg McMichael, we'd like to join that motion.
Noted for the record. From the state.
Of course, the state's at a bit of a disadvantage, just having heard the motion, as is the court. However, the state's position at this point in time is this is a legislature issue. The legislature has passed 1651, and it is a mandatory life sentence. The court does have discretion between life or life without the possibility of parole. The complaint here, it sounds like, is, well, there's an 8th Amendment violation, a 5th Amendment violation, a 6th Amendment violation because there's no guidance to the court. However, as this court is aware, the Supreme Court of Georgia has given Superior Court judges great deference because this court has heard the evidence. This court has seen the demeanor of the defendants, especially in this particular case, the demeanor of Travis McMichael as he testified. This court has seen the evidence from the witnesses on the stand and the body cam video of what took place. So in this case, the court is going to be given and has received the evidence in this case for its review to inform it and its discretion as to whether to impose a life sentence or a life sentence without the possibility of parole. I believe the next step in this process, of course, is going to be the state presenting victim impact and then argument. The defense will present its argument, all of which also informs this court and allows it to use its broad discretion and judgment as to whether to impose a life sentence or a life sentence without the possibility of parole. So we ask that you deny this motion. Thank you, Judge.
Final word.
Your Honor, with all due respect to Mr. Dunkowski, this is not a legislative issue. The Constitution is not up for discussion or negotiation. The Constitution is what it is. The 5th, 6th, and 8th Amendments to the United States Constitution are the federal provisions at play here, in addition to the parallel provisions of our Georgia state Constitution. Legislators are politicians. They have to run for election, and they do what they think they need to do. And The job of the judiciary as the independent third branch of government is to put a check on that action when it violates our state and federal constitutions. So simply saying that it is a legislative issue, it doesn't address the question. And ultimately, it is for our courts to defend.
I swear to God, this dude get on my fucking nerves. I swear to God, I wish he shut up.
Of our state and federal constitutions and of the individual rights of individuals. And to simply say, or maybe that wasn't the suggestion, but one could interpret it that way, that the courts should simply defer to the legislature as to what the Constitution means, to the extent that was their argument, it is repugnant to our entire system of criminal justice. And I ask the court to grant the motion.
I didn't hear the argument quite that way, where the court has to defer to the legislature. There is a structure in place with regard to sentencing, and this court intends to adhere to that structure as established through Georgia case law. On that basis, the motion is denied. I understand those are all preliminary matters. Then before the court is the mitigation, if they wish to do so, and make argument, with the state then having the rebuttal. That's how I understand we're going to proceed. From the state.
Your Honor, for the record, today is Friday, January 7th, 2022. The jury returned its verdict on November 24th, 2021. That verdict was that Travis McMichael was found guilty on all 9 counts in the indictment. Greg McMichael was found not guilty of count 1, which is malice murder, but guilty on the other counts 2 through 9 in the indictment. Mr. Bryan was found guilty only as to counts 3, 4, and 5, all felony murder counts, and the underlying felonies corresponding to those felony murder counts, which were counts 7, 8, and 9. The court asked all of us to look into, with regard to Travis McMichael, the issue of potential merger as to the malice murder charge. The state has reviewed its own indictment and notes that it charged Travis McMichael, who was found guilty of count 1, malice murder, a human being did unlawfully, with malice aforethought, caused the death of Ahmaud Arbery, a human being, by unlawfully chasing him through the public roadways of the Satilla Shores neighborhood in pickup trucks and shooting him with a shotgun, contrary to the laws of said state, the good order, peace, and dignity thereof. As the state notes, this encompasses 2 different actions. Unlawfully chasing him through the public roadways of Satilla Shores, which describes the actions they did in the pickup trucks, and then shooting him with the shotgun. As the court will recall, defense filed a demur to count 1, saying this was surplusage and should be removed. The state's argument was that the state was not going to argue it was an either-or situation, and that is not going to be the state's argument here. The state's argument here is that factually, the state believes that count 8, false imprisonment, factually has been eaten up by the way the state charged count 1 in this indictment. In other words, count 8 and count 6 would merge into count 1 for Travis McMichael on the malice murder charge because of unlawfully chasing him, meaning Mr. Arbery, through the public roadways of the Satilla Shores neighborhood in pickup trucks. The reason we believe that that factually would merge is because count 8 is actually the false imprisonment charge. And count 8 does say, said accused did chase Mr. Arbery with a Ford F1 pickup truck and a Chevy Silverado pickup truck through the public roadways of the Satilla Shores neighborhood and did confine and detain Ahmaud Arbery. As the court is aware, the statute has nothing to do with chasing. That is descriptive language factually. The statute has to do with confining and detaining the victim. The fact that the state used up factually both the chasing in count 8 and the chasing in count 1 means both count 6 and 8 would then merge into count 1. I believe, and I could be wrong, but I will address this, that the defense may argue that count 7 and count 9 would also then merge into count 1, malice murder. However, the state's argument is that is not the case. The reason for that is count 7 is the aggravated assault with the pickup trucks. Did make an assault upon the person of Ahmaud Arbery with a Ford F-150 pickup truck and a Chevy Silverado pickup truck. An object, device, or instrument, when used offensively against a person, is likely to result in serious bodily injury. That, of course, factually can be a number of different things. And what the state did argue in closing argument was pulling up next to somebody, startling them, could put them in reasonable apprehension of receiving serious bodily injury. The state also argued in its closing argument that Travis McMichael, despite his testimony, actually used his pickup truck to pull in front of Mr. Arbery and cut him off, which caused Mr. Arbery on Burford to turn around and run away. So the fact that the jury found that they used their pickup trucks, objects which used defensively against a person are likely to result in serious bodily injury, did create an aggravated assault for Mr. Arbery, does not merge into count 1, which was unlawfully chasing him through the public roadways of Satilla Shores in pickup trucks. They are two separate and distinct things, especially when we have video evidence of the McMichaels pulling up next to Mr. Arbery then running away. That itself right there is an aggravated assault. He was obviously startled. He obviously was trying to get away from these men. They pulled up next to him, reasonable apprehension of receiving serious bodily injury. With regard then to count 9 is criminal attempt to commit the felony of false imprisonment. As the court will recall, the defense also demurred to that particular charge in the indictment. That particular charge in the indictment did have an "and" in it, which, as the court knows, is an "or," which the state explained in its closing argument to the jury. In this particular count 9, it did charge the defendants with unlawfully chase Ahmaud Arbery through the public roadways of the Satilla Shores neighborhood in pickup trucks and did attempt to confine and detain Ahmaud Arbery without legal authority on Burford Drive using a Ford F-150 pickup truck. In this particular instance, the state did argue and did inform the court in the demurrer response that it was going to argue and or, because as we know, a criminal attempt is just a substantial step toward committing that particular felony. And as the court will note, count 8 took place on Holmes Drive, whereas count 9 was on Burford. So they don't have anything to do with each other. They're two separate incidents at two separate points in time based on the evidence in this case. So either one could be considered a substantial step, and because the "and" in between unlawfully chase and did attempt to confine and detain is really an "or" for the purposes of this, and once again, the state put that in its response to demur by the defendants, and the court denied the demur. That was filed by the defendants. The state also argued in closing argument that that was an "or." They could find it that he was chased. They could also find that on Burford they did attempt to confine and detain him, especially with Mr. Bryan's actions of trying to run him off the roadway from his driveway and with Mr. McMichael's actions of cutting him off at the end of Burford. So in this particular instance, especially with the criminal attempt, it does not merge into malice murder simply because of the words "did unlawfully chase him through the public roadways" contained in count 1. Therefore, when it comes to Mr. Travis McMichael, the state's position on sentencing and merger is this: that he is looking at a life sentence on count 1, malice murder, that counts 2, 3, 4, and 5, all felony murder, would be vacated by operation of law. Count 6, which is the aggravated assault with the shotgun charge, would factually merge into count 1. Count 7 would remain standing. And count 7 is a potential sentence of 1 to 20 years on the aggravated assault with the pickup trucks. Count 8, in the state's opinion, would factually merge then into count 1. False imprisonment, of course, is a 1 to 10 potential sentence. And count 9, criminal attempt, cuts that sentence in half. So count 9, criminal attempt to commit false imprisonment, is a potential of 1 to 5 years. Therefore, the minimum sentence that this court could impose on Travis McMichael would be life with the possibility of parole with 15 years, and that court could suspend, probate, run concurrent with that particular sentence. The maximum, and that is what the state is asking for in this case, is a life without the possibility of parole. The state did file its notice of its intent to seek life without the possibility of parole back in 2020 when this case was first indicted. So the state is seeking life without the possibility of parole as to count 1. Counts 2 through 5 are vacated by operation of law. Count 6 would merge into count 1, leaving then count 7 and 9, which would be 25 years. We are asking that that 25 years be a 25-year sentence, but to be run concurrent if the court chose to impose a life without the possibility of parole sentence. And that would be count 7 concurrent with count 1, 20 years to serve. Count 9 concurrent with count 1 consecutive to count 7, thus making it a total of 25 years running concurrent with the life without the possibility of parole sentence on count 1 for Travis McMichael. And that is what the state will be requesting and seeking. With regard to Greg McMichael, he was found not guilty on count 1, malice murder. He was then found guilty of counts 2, 3, 4, and 5, all felony murder. The state is seeking, therefore, a life without the possibility of parole sentence on count 2, which is felony murder based on count 6, which is the aggravated assault with the shotgun. Counts 3, 4, and 5 would be vacated by operation of law. Count 6 would merge into count 2, the felony murder. In this particular case, that felony murder only alleges did cause the death of Ahmaud Arbery based on the aggravated assault with the shotgun, so we do not have the same issue with language of chasing in count 2 of this indictment. This would, of course, leave count 7, count 8, and count 9 available for sentencing. Count 7 is aggravated assault with the pickup trucks. That's a potential 1 to 20-year sentence. Count 8, false imprisonment on Holmes Drive, a 1 to 10-year sentence. Count 9, criminal attempt to commit false imprisonment, a 1 to 5-year sentence. So the minimum Greg McMichael is looking at is life with the possibility of parole and 35 years. That 35 years can be run concurrent, it can be probated, it can be suspended. The maximum Mr. McMichael is looking at, Mr. Greg McMichael is looking at, is count 2. The state is going to be asking for life without the possibility of parole. Counts 3, 4, and 5 are vacated by operation of law. Count 6 would merge into that life without the possibility of parole sentence, and the additional 35 years to be run concurrent consecutive, meaning count 7 concurrent with count 2, 20 years to serve. Count 8 concurrent to count 2, consecutive to count 7, and count 9, the 5 years to serve, concurrent with count 2, consecutive to count 8, resulting in a 35-year sentence to be run concurrently with the life without the possibility of parole sentence on count 2. With regard to Mr. Bryan was found not guilty of counts 1 and 2. He was, however, found guilty of the 3 felony murder counts, count 3, 4, and 5, based on aggravated assault with a pickup truck, false imprisonment, and criminal attempt at false imprisonment. The state is looking at a life sentence on count 3. Counts 4 and 5 would be vacated by operation of law. He was found not guilty on count 6. Therefore, count 7, the aggravated assault with the pickup truck, would merge into count 3, because count 3 is the felony murder based upon count 7. So count 7 would merge into count 3. Count 8, false imprisonment, potential 1 to 10-year sentence, and count 9, a potential 1 to 5 year sentence. Therefore, the minimum Mr. Bryan is looking at is a life with the possibility of parole sentence, plus an additional 15 years, which once again can be run concurrent, it can be run consecutive, it could be probated and or suspended. In this particular case, the state is going to make a recommendation for Mr. Bryan of life with the possibility of parole on count 3, with 15 years to serve consecutively on probation. And that is going to be our recommendation for Mr. Bryan. Your Honor, at this time, the state will go ahead and present its victim impact evidence for the court's consideration, and then once that's through, we will make our argument. Thank you. At this time, we're going to present Mr. Marcus Arbery.
I do want to make a point before we get into the victim impact statements, and not to imply that this would go any other way. But I do want to make sure that those that are addressing the court address the court as opposed to anybody else in the gallery. So let's go ahead and proceed. Good morning.
Good morning. How y'all doing? Right. It's a hard time with me and my family. You know, something that I just doesn't sit right with me at this time. The man who killed my son has sat in this courtroom every single day next to his father. I'll never get that chance to sit next to my son ever again. Not at a dinner table, not at a holiday. And not at a wedding. He'll never get to have I pray that no one in this courtroom ever has to do what we had did, that buried their child. There's no word for that, because no word knows that much pain. Not only did they lynch my son in broad daylight, but they killed him while he was doing what he loved than anything, running. That's when he felt most alive, most free. And they took all that from him. When I close my eyes, I see his execution in my mind over and over. I'll see that for the rest of my life. When I became a father, my life became bigger than me. It became about my family, about protecting him, protecting my boy. I know in my head that there's nothing I could have done that day to have saved my son, to have protected him from that evil and hate. But my heart is broken and always will be broken, because on my worst day or our lives wasn't there. If I could, I have traded places with Ahmaud in a heartbeat, but I can't. So I'm standing here today to do what he can't, and that is to fight for him, fight for his memories, his legacy, and to tell you who he was, because that's the one thing you didn't hear in this courtroom. And more than anything else, you should know who my boy was. We love our son and we will never have him with us to celebrate anything. Thanksgiving, Christmas, or his birthday. His kids should spend the rest of their lives thinking about what they did and what they took from us. And they should do it from behind bars. Because me and my family, we got to live with his death the rest of our life. We'll never see Ahmaud again. So I feel they should stay behind them bars the rest of their life because they didn't give him a chance. Thank the court. Thank y'all for what y'all did with our family stuck by. Thank the jury. I give all glory to God. Thank y'all.
Thank you, Mr. Arbery.
Ms. Jasmine Arbery.
Good morning. My name is Jasmine Arbery. Ahmaud is my brother, and I would like to tell you a little about him. Ahmaud had dark skin that glistened in the sunlight like gold. He had thick, curly hair, and he would often like to twist it. Ahmaud had a broad nose, and the color of his eyes was filled with melanin. He was tall with an athletic build. He enjoyed running and had an appreciation for being outdoors. These are the qualities that made these men assume that Ahmaud was a dangerous criminal and chase him with guns drawn. To me, those qualities reflected a young man full of life and energy who looked like me and the people I love. Ahmaud was funny. He told jokes to lighten the mood because he was a positive thinker. Ahmaud had a big personality and never missed the opportunity to let it shine. Ahmaud had a future that was taken from him in the instance of violence. He was robbed of his life pleasures, big and small. He would never be able to fulfill his professional dreams, nor would he be able to start a family or even be a part of my daughter's life. The loss of Ahmaud has devastated me and my family. So I'm asking that the man that killed him be given the maximum sentence available to the court. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Ms. Wanda Cooper-Jones.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. I want to first speak directly to my son, if I please. This verdict doesn't bring you back, but it does help bring closure to this very difficult chapter of my life. I made a promise to you. Today, I laid you to rest. I told you I love you, and someday, somehow, I will get you justice. Son, I love you as much today as I did today that you were born. Raising you was the honor of my life, and I'm very proud of you. Your Honor, these men have chose to lie and attack my son and his surviving family. They each have no remorse and do not deserve any leniency. This wasn't a case of mistaken identity or mistaken fact. They chose to target my son because they didn't want him in their community. They chose to treat him differently than other people who frequently visited their community. And when they couldn't sufficiently scare him or intimidate him, they killed him. My youngest son, he was born on Mother's Day of 1994. He had a smile so bright it lit up a room. He was a greedy baby that seemed like he was always searching for something to stick into his mouth. He was always a loving baby who seemed to never tire of hugs, cuddling, and kisses. He loved, he never hesitated to tell me, his sister Jasmine, and his brother Marcus that he loved us. And Your Honor, we loved him back. He was messy. He sometimes refused to wear socks or take good care of his good clothing. I wish he would have cut and cleaned his toenails before he went out for that jog that day. I guess he would have if he knew he would be murdered. My family is gonna miss Ahmaud. We're going to miss
Talk your shit. That's what I'm
his
talking about.
explanations, his warm smile. These men deserve the maximum sentence for their crimes. Ahmaud never said a word to them. He never threatened them. He just wanted to be left alone. They were fully committed to their crimes. Let them be fully committed for the consequences. Your Honor, I'm standing here for you as the mother of Ahmaud Arbery, asking you to please give all three defendants who are responsible for the death of my son the maximum punishment in this court, which I do believe is life behind bars without the possible chance for parole. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Any additional evidence and aggravation from the state?
No more additional evidence from the state, Your Honor.
Argument?
Your Honor, the state is seeking life without the possibility of parole for the McMichaels based primarily on the evidence presented in this case. The state is not going to go through all of that evidence, just a few very important items. First off, there was a demonstrated pattern of vigilantism by Greg and Travis McMichael. First off, we have our July 13th, 2019 911 call after both of them went with guns to confront a homeless man who was living under the bridge, who they suspected must have been committing all of these crimes. Of course, all of these crimes included a lot of reports to 911 about suspicious persons, and as we heard from the witness stand and defense witnesses, a couple of unlocked cars with things stolen out of them by people outside the neighborhood. And then we have February 11th, 2020. Yes, Ahmaud went inside
of the open, unsecured construction site that particular day. But Travis McMichael went home, got his father, they both got their guns, and then they went back down to that construction site. We know that because we heard the 911 call. And he says, I'm sitting outside the construction site. He talks about seeing somebody inside with a flashlight. The horrible part is we know from Brooke Perez, who testified for the defendants, that her husband had gotten a call from Larry English, and he'd gone over there with his handgun. We also know that the two men went inside with their handguns. It's a miracle they didn't shoot each other. And no one had called the police. Travis is outside in the pickup truck, finally calling the police. He stays on for about 4 minutes, and then Officer Ash appears. That didn't teach anybody here a lesson at all. Brooke Perez was trying to tell them, no, my husband's over there with a gun. Be careful, go in there. But Greg McMichael took off, according to Travis's statement, down the street and went right into that house. So we've got July 2019, February 11th, 2020. Not calling 911 first, not staying home, but wanting to seek out, in a vigilante manner, a confrontation with people that they suspect might be doing something that they themselves, up until January 1st of 2020, had not been the victim of. In all cases, they took firearms with them, did not stay home, did not allow the police to do their job, but instead, as on February 11th, Greg McMichael went in and started searching the house himself. We all know that, how that could have turned out terribly for him, for anyone in there, and for Diego Perez. All the decisions they made that led up to the death of Ahmaud Arbery. There were so many opportunities to stop, to think. And here's the real problem. Greg McMichael was former law enforcement, as they pointed out repeatedly. And Travis McMichael had served in the Marines. I'm not the Marines, the Coast Guard, as they pointed out repeatedly. So here we have some men who should have known better. Should have known better. Vigilantism always goes wrong. You wait for the professionals to show up. The professionals who are in marked cars, the professionals who are in uniforms, the professionals who are going to do it right because they have something to lose, the professionals with body cams, the professionals such as Officer Rash, who just would have stopped Mr. Arbery and said, hey, I'm going to put you on the phone with Larry English so Larry English can tell you to please not to come back. And they should have known that. They had alternatives. They had choices. But instead, Travis McMichael, who stated he was putting his son Everett down for a nap, who stated that his father had all these medical and health problems, didn't say, no, Dad, I'm putting Everett down. No, Dad, you need to stay here. He grabbed his shotgun, which he stated was propped up in a corner in that house, to go with his father. And Greg McMichael was willing to get into that pickup truck and sit in a child's seat to go chase after Mr. Arbery. Greg McMichael attempted to control the narrative from the get-go at the scene. His statements were all about how they were justified, how it was self-defense, how Mr. Arbery attacked his son. When the unknown man came up to Greg McMichael at the scene, because of course the police hadn't put Mr. McMichael anywhere, told him not to talk to anybody. He was running around the scene talking to everybody. And when talking to this unknown man who walked up to give him water, he basically said, no, this guy's an asshole. He is 20 feet from Mr. Arbery's body, referring to Mr. Arbery as an asshole. There's been no remorse shown, and certainly no empathy from either man. Because empathy would have said, hey, how must this look to this person that we're chasing? Are we terrifying this person? Are we scaring them? No empathy for the trapped and terrified Ahmaud Arbery. There was thoughtlessness as to the consequences, thoughtlessness as to the alternatives. There was vigilantism. And because of that, we are asking for Travis McMichael and Greg McMichael to be sentenced to life with the possibility of parole. Travis McMichael on count 1, malice murder, Greg McMichael on felony murder count 2, with the prior sentences or the underlying charges to run concurrent consecutive per the state's prior statement. The state is going to guess that the defense will probably say that these men served their country, they served the community. Travis in the Coast Guard, Greg McMichael at the district attorney's office, but we all know it is not the 99 things you do right, not the 99 good deeds that you do. But when you take another person's life, it can't be undone. It can't be taken back. There is no do-over. It's final. And that means caution must prevail. Thoughtfulness, empathy, and insight must prevail, not vigilantism. With regard to Mr. Bryan, his actions speak for themselves. He contributed to the death of Ahmaud Arbery in a significant way. The court is familiar with his actions. The court is familiar with his statements, with his level of cooperation with Agent Seacrest afterwards. And given his actions and statements in this case, the state is asking for a life with the possibility of parole sentence. And that would be on count 3 with 15 years consecutive on probation for Mr. Bryan. Thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah. Mr. Rubin.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, for 150 years,
judges in cases in which defendants were convicted of murder were authorized to impose a life sentence. That was the only sentence available. In 2009, the legislature expanded the judge's discretion and now allows a judge to impose both a life sentence with the possibility of parole and a life sentence without the possibility of parole, and gives absolutely, as Mr. Goff pointed out, no guidance to the court as to what factors to take into account when differentiating between people convicted of murder. But I know this court, Your Honor, has been on the bench long enough and has tried a number of cases, including murder cases, in which you've had to make those decisions. And you've had to differentiate between defendants and be consistent in your rulings, in your sentencing, probably the hardest thing any court has to do, which is to sentence a person to time in prison. In this case, in which the state is seeking the harshest possible sentence allowable under the law, we're asking the court to reserve the harshest possible sentence under the law for those who deserve it, for the worst of the worst. When the facts of the crime show a darkness of soul, a person so depraved and heinous as to shock the conscience by their actions, or where the offender is such a danger as evidenced by his past conduct or by his actions post-offense, such that rehabilitation is remote or impossible, those are the offenders who deserve the harshest possible punishment under the law. Those are the offenders who people would argue deserve to spend the rest of their lives in prison. Neither of those scenarios encompasses Travis McMichael or the conduct for which he was convicted. And like Ms. Donikoski, I want to spend just a couple minutes reviewing the conduct for which he was convicted, because I agree with something she said, maybe for the first time in this trial. When Travis McMichael woke up on that Sunday morning with his son Everett in his house, his goal was not to go out and kill somebody. His goal was to play with his kid. When he sat down for lunch with Everett, possibly with Greg and his mom, Lee, and sister Lindsay, his goal was not to commit a crime that day or kill somebody that day. His goal was to have a family afternoon. And when he was putting his son down at 1 o'clock or so in the afternoon, he was doing what every single person wants to and should be doing, which is taking care of their toddler son. When he got in the truck at his father's behest to find out who that person was sprinting down the road, his goal still was not to commit a crime. His goal still was not to hurt that person, but to merely investigate, to find out what was that guy doing back at the house where Matt Albanzi was motioning. And then 4 minutes later, Mr. Arbery's dead, Mr. McMichael's covered in blood, and we have what we have here and what the jury heard. And he was convicted. The jury found that his actions constituted malice murder, felony murder, and the underlying felonies. But this is not a case in which he just targeted someone recklessly, targeted someone without knowledge, misidentified someone. He knew Ahmaud Arbery. He had encountered him previously. And he had known about the fears that the neighbors felt at Mr. Arbery's continued presence. I'm not going to retry the case. The jury found that those facts did not add up to probable cause and did not justify Mr. McMichael's actions. But he didn't just go out and shoot Mr. Arbery. He only fired the shots, the fatal shots, when Mr. Arbery came at him and grabbed the gun, as Dr. Donahue demonstrated. These were not, and as reckless as those acts may have been, as Ms. Donikoski pointed out, as thoughtless as they may have been, they are not evidence of a soul so blackened as to deserve to spend the rest of his life in prison. This was not a planned murder. This was not a murder involving torture. It was a fight over a gun that resulted in Mr. Arbery's death. And for that, the jury found Mr. McMichael guilty. The state contends that 99 good acts don't overcome one bad act. And of course, legally that's true. Mr. McMichael is now a convicted felon. But 99 good acts do weigh in this court's consideration, do factor into what choice this court is going to make when sentencing Mr. McMichael to either spend the rest of his life behind bars or give him the possibility of redemption. And those acts, those 99 good acts, the court heard about those in the bond hearing. The court heard that during his time as a lifeguard at a camp for kids who have family members with terminal illnesses, that Travis McMichael actually saved the life of a boy who was drowning in the pool. The court heard that Mr. McMichael, while serving in the Coast Guard, literally saved the lives of family members who were on a boat that was taking on water. The court heard that Mr. McMichael saved the crew of a Coast Guard vessel while serving in the Coast Guard. The court heard of the letters of commendation given to Mr. McMichael by his superiors for various acts that the superiors said show superior dedication, selfless devotion to duty and consideration of others, and adherence to our core values, honor, respect, and devotion to duty. They don't excuse anything that happened on February 23rd, but when the court is weighing in the scales of justice what people deserve to spend their lives and then die in prison versus those people who deserve to be punished but then hold out hope for redemption, those are the acts the court should consider. Mr. McMichael was a devoted father to Everett. He had Everett 50% of the time, shared custody with Everett's mom, and in fact, early on was shown to be the more reliable parent, although I know that changed over time with his mom stepping up. He was a friend to many people who are now too scared to come to court and speak on his behalf. As the court knows from the testimony it heard in trial and at the bond hearing, he was always a hard worker, always had a job, never laid around letting other people support him, always paid taxes, always supported his community in a variety of ways. The discovery that we received is replete with FBI and GBI interviews of people in his community, people who told law enforcement officials of the times Mr. McMichael helped them when they were having problems, when their boat became unmoored, or when their docks were pulled off from storms, and Mr. McMichael was out there finding those things and bringing them back to the owners, or helping other people in the community, just as he thought he was doing on February 23rd. Actions that, in hindsight, turned out to be thoughtless, as Ms. Dunikoski said, or reckless, but were not evidence of an abandoned and malignant heart. Nothing in Travis McMichael's life suggests that he's a danger to society now, or will be a danger to society 30 years from now, after he has time to think, to work, to grow. When he's in his 60s, older than me right now, do we still want a person like Travis McMichael behind bars? There's nothing in his post-offense conduct that shows that he's either mentally unstable or a sociopath. He cooperated fully with police. He told the police everything he knew to tell them because he thought he was doing the right thing, even if that thing turned out not to be right. He and Greg McMichael thought they were helping their community. They thought they were helping the police catch someone who inexplicably had been in a house, and we still don't know what he was doing in the house, on 4 or 5 different occasions. He never fled. He never tried to obstruct the investigation. When he talked to his neighbors about what happened, he always expressed remorse and disbelief. If life without parole is reserved for the worst of offenders, those who are so scary, so unpredictable, and so likely to pose a threat in the future, then it is not appropriate for someone like Travis McMichael. The only purpose of a life without parole sentence, Your Honor, is vengeance. It's retribution. And the urge to seek vengeance is strong and understandable in the family. Lord knows if I was in their position, I would be seeking the same thing. But vengeance is not the foundation of our sentencing in our criminal justice system. Redemption is. Redemption is the belief that a person can learn, can grow, and still contribute after punishment. It is pointless to continue to punish a person who has undergone changes in character that distance him from the person who committed the crime decades previously. Travis McMichael, 35 years old now, should have the opportunity to show that he's grown, to show that he's changed, and the parole board, years from now, is in the best position to determine whether he should remain behind bars or can serve a useful purpose to society. Who knows where we will be as a society in 30 years? Why make a decision today that impacts so many people long after we're gone, long after you and I are retired, hopefully, but that binds the hands of those who will have to live with this decision 3 decades hence? Why make a decision today that snuffs out all possibility of growth, of redemption in Travis McMichael? Compassion for Travis McMichael and the humility to admit that we don't know what's going to happen in the future doesn't diminish the compassion that we feel for Ahmaud Arbery's family. Their loss is real and understandable. And their desire for the maximum punishment is real and understandable. But again, that's why we have judges imposing sentence and not the families of the victim. Because there are a lot of factors this court takes into consideration: deterrence, rehabilitation, retribution. Those are all valid factors. But the only thing an LWOP sentence serves is retribution. Wouldn't it be healing for Mr. Arbery's family for Travis McMichael to atone, to be able to express the remorse that's in his heart without the specter of a federal trial hanging over his head? And we've heard several times today that he's shown no remorse, but this court knows that no lawyer would allow Mr. McMichael to say anything about his feelings towards the family while there were 2 pending murder trials against him. When the witnesses were interviewed by law enforcement about Mr. McMichael's conversations with them, to a person, they said that he showed remorse, that he never wanted to kill somebody. He was merely trying to detain Mr. Arbery for the police. It is disingenuous and unfair to expect Mr. McMichael to express remorse with yet another trial beginning in 3 weeks, where everything he says can be used by the federal government against him. Wouldn't it be powerful, though, for Travis McMichael to look deep into himself and explore with the public, with his son Everett, why he did what he did, and in fact become a force for good while in prison and out, instead of one more old man behind bars costing taxpayers $50,000 a year or more in 30 years? Wouldn't it be healing to society for someone like Travis McMichael to be free to help heal the wounds that are certainly present in this country due to decades and decades and decades of discrimination, of racism? Wounds that we're just now beginning to try to heal. Judge, you can send a message that 4 minutes of conduct does not erase a life well lived, and that after punishment, there is opportunity for redemption, an opportunity that Travis can either take advantage of and prove himself worthy or not, and that the parole board can then determine whether he should be released from prison. We are not asking you to do anything, Your Honor, but to agree that we don't know today what the future holds. We're asking you to sentence him to life with the possibility of parole if it's earned. Judge, as far as sentencing, I would disagree with the state. I believe count 7 and count 9 do merge. I believe the language of chasing Mr. Arbery through the Satilla Shores neighborhood that is stated in count 1 and also stated in counts 7 and 9 were used up, were subsumed, and would be therefore would effectuate a merger of those crimes. In either event, this court has wide discretion in how it fashions this sentence. And we'd ask the court to exercise this discretion in favor of growth, in favor of redemption, in favor of hope for not just the McMichael family, for not just Everett McMichael, but for the Arbery family and what Travis McMichael can prove himself worthy of in the future. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right, I think we're probably at a good breaking point. Let's go ahead and take a break, let everybody get some lunch. We will plan on reconvening at, let's do 1 o'clock. It's just before 12 o'clock now, and we will continue with proceedings at that time. Thank you, everybody.
All right, so lunch break. This is going to be, I've been hearing the impact statements. The defense saying that 4 minutes of misconduct, in their words, does not erase a life well lived, asking for the hope for redemption, saying that the actions of these men were not among the harshest of criminals, the worst of offenders, and they deserve redemption and do not deserve to die in prison. The Arbery family giving very powerful impact statements, as Ahmaud Arbery's father, Marcus Arbery, saying, quote, "When I close my eyes, I see his execution over and over, and I'll see it for the rest of my life. Ahmaud will never get a chance to get married and do other things that young men do," saying that they absolutely are asking for life in prison without the possibility of parole. Before we take a quick break, I want to bring in former DeKalb County Prosecutor Robert James to talk through everything we just heard. What stands out most to you as now Judge Timothy Walmsley takes everything he's heard to make his final determination of the sentencing in this case?
Well, he's going to have a tough decision. As previously stated, look, I watched it, the victim impact statements of Ahmaud Arbery's family, it's powerful, among the most powerful I've ever seen. They made us know who he was. We spent the majority of this trial not talking about the victim, and they put the focus back on the victim in this case, and it was just powerful. On the other hand, the defendant's lawyer, really made strong arguments saying that, listen, this was terrible what happened.
What's up, good people? So they have taken a recess and they'll be back around 1 o'clock. Let me go turn my speaker down in my other room because I hear that and that's going to bother me. So I play a quick song and we'll be right back.
As time ticks, we wait for the wheels to spin. I just want to feel again.
What are the odds that I would feel this way? Invested time, feel like I'm led astray. At the end of the night, we fuss and we fight, we can't get it right. It's a hell of a feeling, I'm stuck in this, killing me. Now I can finally see the light. I finally can feel again, yeah. Oh, yeah. I'm so tired, but I'm feeling alright. Now I can feel again. Now that you are gone out of my life, now I can feel again. My own, but I never will fall. I just been building a wall, not taking no calls. The feeling been killing me, I just been cutting them on. I really be chilling and taking it off in my home. You can tell me that I've been the failure that's over the cause. Cause to any rather, I'd rather be living with y'all. You thought you was clever, but really you thought I was dumb. But I'm not the one, I knew this shit from the jump. I guess it was love, I guess you was faking it, that's what it was. We not related and that's what it took. And that was the bull, did everything that I could. Took you up out of the hood, but nothing I did was good. Tell when a man a fool. I went to the Lord, he helped me. Never be selfish, feeling of helpless got me melting. Something I dealt with, never knew that you would fail me. This is a feeling of help me. One day I knew I would tell you, right now I gotta be yelling. Oh, yeah, I'm so tired, but I'm feeling alright. Now I can feel again. Now that you are gone, now matter of time. I should have been new, but didn't read the signs. Mentally racing, I lost my mind. Now I can feel again, now I can feel again, now I can feel again. Knew it was just a matter of time. I should have been new, but didn't read the signs. Mentally racing, I lost my mind.
Now I can feel again, feel again, feel again. Now that you are gone out of my life.
And now I can feel again, now I can feel again, now I'm like, oh.
I can feel again. Oh,
right out.
I can feel again. That was Phil again from my latest project, Blake 2. Appreciate that balance. It's one of my favorite songs on that. Well, it's not on the project because it's a remix, but it's one of my favorite songs I did that was for that project, I should say. So I just dropped a link to the chat if you want to come up here, express your opinions on what you've seen so far. So the guy, I didn't know it was going to be this long. It lets you know on my behalf, shit, how ignorant I am to this, how the court rulings go. And I thought they was going to come in here and just lay the book on their ass or something, or just, give the sentence. I didn't know you had to go through all this shit. And I admit to it. I didn't know that. Sing you the song, Ahmaud. All right. I thought I sent you that. I'll send it to you, Kay. All right. I guess in the meantime, between time, we'll keep playing some goddamn music.
You know what it is. Nationwide.
Back at that one time. Squad.
Disgusting.
I hate when niggas build their premise off of false assumptions. And the cold part about it is half the niggas that do it be the ones that you trusted. And I'm at the point where I'm disgusted. But what's really disgusting is how I seen it so many times that I grew accustomed to how they form an opinion off of false assumptions. And the cold part about it is half the niggas that do it be the ones that you fuck with. And I'm at the point where I'm disgusted. But what's really disgusting is how I seen it so much that I grew accustomed.
I done seen it back to back. Them snakes gon' stab your back. Ain't dressing black on black, they open face. You brought them up in your place, you ain't have to show them you're safe. I'd rather have space. Don't nobody wanna run up in a race, that's ass getting chased. Nigga, I'm that ace deuce. Stand tall like a motherfucking moose. Don't quack like geese, don't break the rules. Yeah, they gotta eat, but I don't need food. Took a whole damn wheelie, get off that loop. And hoes don't eat, they gon' be a little rude. Things change, so staying the same is stupid. First, no third like looping. Watch out when I'm shooting. Ain't no game, no hooping. DBZ like super. You know your ass is losing. Not some shit you choosing. Left you broken, bruising. Anger I'm abusing. Ain't no sense in moving, bitch. I'm on my hustle. Using all my muscle. Know your ass in trouble. Nothing subtle. Everybody scripted. You don't need no show.
I hate when niggas build their premise off of false assumptions. And the cold part about it is half the niggas that do it be the ones that you trusted. And I'm at the point where I'm disgusted. But what's really disgusting is how I seen it so many times that I grew accustomed to how they form an opinion off of false assumptions. And the cold part about it is half the niggas that do it be the ones that you fuck with. And I'm at the point where I'm disgusted. But what's really disgusting is how I seen it so much that I grew accustomed.
Game be colder than next members. That nigga been jumping on every piece of wood he could, nigga, except timber. And I bet your dipper didn't catch that slip right off his wet back. Every time he turn his head, nigga try to fuck your biz to the crib, but to get back to the rip stack. 2 slabs, to smoke 2 blunts, to talk 2 dabs. I got that money, so I don't cut cash, and I don't talk church, so them hoes do not act. He bought a car, and she bought me cash. I just be trying not to laugh. That nigga just slit his wrist over, bitch. These niggas be dying for ass. They say the game, boy, I spit like a flamethrower. Talk bad to you and your bitch at the same time, just like the landlord. What to me you playing for, a little bitch? You switch to the other side, man. These niggas be claiming they real, but these niggas be lying.
Yeah, keep the narrative safe. Never carry the weight of dead minds who couldn't bury mistakes. You niggas fake, this is more than disgrace. Like a lie in the face. When it's truth, you niggas never relate. This is hate, y'all serving the plate. When you stretching the truth around the table like you passing out cake. These the lies, y'all spinning the facts. What disgusts me is that the opinion push the narrative back. You off track with the cargo attached. And if you search through the rumble, you will find it was never intact. I fell back when it comes to these cats. Free to think on my own, but this lesson I'ma charge for the rap.
I hate when niggas build their premise off of false assumptions. And the cold part about it is half the niggas that do it be the ones that you trusted. And I'm at the point where I'm disgusted. But what's really disgusting is how I seen it so many times that I grew accustomed to how they form an opinion off of false assumptions. And the cold part about it is half the niggas that do it be the ones that you fuck with. And I'm at the point where I'm disgusted. But what's really disgusting is how I seen it so much that I grew accustomed.
You let these pussy niggas tell that shit, I'm kin to the devil. I'm very selfish and helpless and I will never be wealthy. See niggas, they just form opinions just by what niggas tell them. They cerebellum, don't help them. No motor skills, let me test them. If they die, then we resurrect. They talking shit, I direct them. Once a friend, how I don't respect them. Shit, I shoulda knew better. And they don't speak or check with the fella. They get upset with the fella. I mail them off and check the envelope. And make sure the letter gon' tell it I'm a hell of a fella. And my loyalty never will fail. These niggas gotta do better when facing the different endeavor. That part come down the ladders. In your eyes, they got you mad. I'm just disgusted. All this fuck shit, trust disgusting, man, just fuck.
They say Port City this and Port City that. But one thing they lack, what's that? It's actual facts. I know where they go, just stick a fucking knife in my back. Won't let me go, a bunch of leeches I'm trying to detach. Trying to remain focused, the streets calling me back. I'm stuck when it felt hopeless, I'm confused to collapse. Switching up my environment, I can adapt. If I fail, I shall try again and bounce back. I'm nauseous, disgusted, I'm allergic to your function. Surrounded by dysfunction, bunch of crabs and buckets. Money is the seduction, I'm grinding and dry humping. When you come into the end, you are nothing or got nothing.
I hate when niggas build their premise off of false assumptions. And the cold part about it is half the niggas that do it be the ones that you trusted. And I'm at the point where I'm disgusted. But what's really disgusting is how I seen it so many times that I grew accustomed to how they form an opinion off of false assumptions. And the cold part about it is half the niggas that do it be the ones that you fuck with. And I'm at the point where I'm disgusted. But what's really disgusting is how I seen it so much that I grew accustomed.
That was BSM again. Disgusted. You know, a lot of us are disgusted right now with this bullshit we got to sit through. Sentence them already. What up, Carla? Appreciate you for sliding through. Uncle Charles, man. Appreciate you for being here, helping me out, bro. D. Marie's in the building. If I haven't spoke to you, man, I'm sorry. I was actually in there cooking while I was watching the live stream. Tweety D, what's good, Tweety D? Like that name. Yeah. All right, sis. I hear you. I appreciate the people who sent those donations in. I don't say the name unless you ask me to. Some people don't like that shit. So if you sent a donation, appreciate the love. For real. But I want to play this song because I haven't heard it in a while and I miss my goddamn cousin. That's enough said. Let's do it.
special.
Another body slain in the street, and we been needing change, needing peace. We dying, we can't take it no further. Heard the angels crying, they scream murder, murder. Heard the angels crying, they scream murder, murder. Oh, you hear them angels crying. Angels steady crying cause they see my people murdered. Crackers trying tactics that way's always unheard of. Big dogs and lock chains, man, they used to burn us. And the shit was so crazy that they used to hunt us. Now my people getting murdered in the streets for running. I'm tired of the racing niggas like we nothing. Promise they won't be too happy once a nigga start busting. But that's what they wanna see, a black man caged up in jails and penitentiaries. I swear the system meant to fuck us. Ran by some white man sporting them Benjamin buttons, followed by that white militia that's known to do some handcuffing. Like the Greek freak in Milwaukee, I'm finna start bucking. Thinking that they could control us, they finna start something. 400 years of oppression, now we had enough. Can't you feel the pressure of my people that's finna erupt? Try to be a friendly foe, now we finna power up. Another body slain in the street, and we been needing change, needing peace. We dying, we can't take it no further. Heard the angels crying, they scream murder, murder. Heard the angels crying, they scream murder, murder. Oh, you hear them angels crying.
I'm not doing a bad thing. I'm actually was telling the truth. I just got nervous. That's why I was acting stupid at one point. You just gotta believe me, because I'm actually telling the truth. I'm not trying to lie. I just got nervous.
See, I'm a mother, a sister, a cousin, a friend. How you screaming all lives matter with privileged skin? And if we matter, why we can't just jog for fun? Without these stupid motherfuckers chasing us with guns. And why we can't sleep peaceful in our homes at night? You bust in, we bust back, and we lose a life. Lose our right, can't even protect our home. I'm screaming, arrest them bitches till they dead or gone. See, I don't know the pain the mama's feeling, but every day I pray for your mental healing, cause it'll be hell if we started killing. But two wrongs don't make a right. I tell my son all officers not bad and every racist isn't white. So see the truth and know how to move, cause they gon' do what they do, regardless of how perfect that record view. And no reaction is the safest when they provoking you. Like damn, could you take a jog in our shoes? Could you afford to lose?
Another body slain in the street, and we been needing change, needing peace. We dying, we can't take it no further. Heard the angels crying, they scream murder, murder. Heard the angels crying, they scream murder, murder. Oh, you hear them angels crying.
Welcome to the last days. Shit is spooky. I'd rather riot, fuck marching. That shit is goofy. All these crackers, my enemies. I'm unruly. Footage of me killing cops. I'm making movies. My halo crack, my wings are broken. I'm going out like a soldier with my barrel smoking. Revelations in my clip, nigga. I'm not joking. Get biblical in this bitch. I'm holy ghosting. Every nigga that was lynched is a cop. I'm yoking. Eye for eye. You witnessing slaves revolting. Too late to wave white flag. Shit is in motion. When I hit officer down, I'm champagne toasting. Blame America for making me nigga with no emotions. You are the father, ask Maury Povich. I never seen a man cry till I seen a man die. I'm a southern boy, of course pigs are fried.
Another body slain in the street, and we been needing change, needing peace. We dying, we can't take it no further. Heard the angels crying, they scream murder, murder. Heard the angels crying, they scream murder, murder. Oh, you hear them angels crying.
Look into my eyes, tell me what you see. It's a cold, cold world, ain't nobody left but me and a few more others. Brothers of the struggle, and we strive to rise from the rubble. Faced with the opposition, mission on deck. Organize and unify, so we ride, nigga bet. We gon' size up the threat, slide on they set. Lords don't decipher some old vets. G's to the V's, I be choose to manifest on some grown folk shit. Nigga said with your chest.
vest. Leaning to the extreme where the scene's nothing less. Homie bouncing on the beam, on the scene in the vest. Strapped up, shouting with a 40 in extension. Blowing on some mid in the middle of the tension. All that attention when the OG speak. For Ahmaud, Arbery, niggas rolling so deep. Hey,
another body slain.
If I was you and you was me,
we've been needing change.
Who would you be?
Peace. We done, we can't take it no further.
Because we are one and the same.
Heard the angels cry and they scream murder, murder. Heard the angels cry and they scream murder, murder. Oh, you hear them angels crying.
That was Angels Cry by the legend, featuring Port City, Kira, and OG Cobb. I got You Knew It in the building with me. What's going on?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm all right.
That's good. Yeah, that Arbery case, that Arbery case ticked me off right when it happened. I was like, oh, yeah.
Yeah, it pisses you off, especially when that video came out.
Mm-hmm.
That did it for me because first we had so many different stories.
Right.
Literally lied talking about he broke in someone's house and the homeowner killed him. You know what I'm saying? But luckily I stay a few houses down from him, and my next door neighbor actually told me the whole damn story.
What? Are you serious?
Yeah.
I mean, once I saw this video, I was done because I'm getting tired of people getting killed senselessly. Senselessly. I can't even get the word out, but I literally get so upset that I can't get my words out. But this case right here, I was like, are you kidding me? How do you just go and do something like this and you live with it? How do you lay on your pillow and be okay with this?
Hey, it's just like how a thief can steal from you and then help you look for what they stole. This shit just happens on a daily basis. There's so many evil people in this world. And I always repeat what Lorraine say, the world is upside down.
Yeah.
Shit people do, they just do it like it's nothing. Like it's cool. It's okay. Man. Yeah, it's this case hit too close to home because they're in my city for one. And not only they're in my city, he stayed 3 houses down from me.
Right.
So
wow.
I could just imagine if that was done to my daughter.
Yeah.
Yeah, either I'll be in a crazy house, prison, or dead, one of the two, because I'm not gonna fight. I'm not gonna stop till something happens.
Yeah.
And I know what I want to happen too. So,
Yeah, exactly. I just saw that video and I wanted to jump through my screen at them. Like I literally wanted to jump through my screen. I was like, oh, like how do you do these things? How are you so evil? How? I don't get it. Like, why do people have to be like that? Just God put you on this earth to love everybody, no matter what their skin tone is. Like, come on, get this right. Like, at least give us the last few years of my life, at least, or whoever the rest of this future. People, come on, get right. Stop being so doggone prejudiced about people's skin tone. I mean, like, we're all human. We all bleed red. Like, come on. I don't get it. I don't get this.
Yeah, we all underneath. We all bleed red. So you said a mouthful in. But to be honest with you though, and you always hear me give praise where praise is due. Of course, they had to do something once we seen this tape. But one thing that really amped shit up even more is when these guys right here came down here. Check this out.
Special.
Headed to the top, no, I will not stop. I came from the bottom, I will not drop. Shalom to my people and everybody that rock. Just know it don't stop. We at the top, bitch, goddamn fool. And I'ma pack me a two. Rap right, I'm a fool. See the facts, it's the truth. Move back, I'm a shit. This is me attacking the madman strapped in the coop. You can ask for the proof. Bitch, I'm back and I'm loose. I can't laugh at a fool, cause he have no clue. Ain't just rap in the booth. I'm half man, half fool, but I am that dude. I take baths in the truth, and half-ass won't do. We won't let your ass come through. You won't outlast this group. I'ma stand and salute. 10 toes down with my troops. We yelling man down when we shoot. We on the ground with the boots. And if you're looking around for the truth, it get a little loud in the booth. Don't make a damn sound. I'm headed to the top. No, I will not stop. I came from the bottom. I will not drop. Shalom to my people and everybody that rock. Just know it don't stop. We at the top, bitch. We solid as a rock. No, no, I will not stop. I came from the bottom. I will not drop. Shalom to my people and everybody that rock. Just know it don't stop. We at the top, bitch. We solid as a rock. I can go back to back, but I won't go back to the trap. In the trap, it's a rap. In the trap, it's a bunch of damn rats. I'm a man, you won't trap me like that. So I'm here to speak the fact. Oh yeah, break them down on the track. I'm trying to reach every man in the benefit seat. In fact, stand tall, goddamn it, we black. They try to take that by giving us crack. Well, we giving that back. It's a race and we running this track. It's a war, yeah, we coming right back. And we ain't taking no slack. And no more shooting us in the back. It's called unity, we all intact. Underground railroad track, we unified all over this map. Old school coming through in the lack. And we dressed all black. Y'all done gave us the best y'all got. You know we running for a march, y'all forgot. Headed to the top, no, I will not stop. I came from the bottom, I will not drop. Shalom to my people and everybody that rock. Just know it don't stop. We at the top, bitch, we solid as a rock. No, no, I will not stop. I came from the bottom, I will not drop. Shalom to my people and everybody that rock. Just know it don't stop. We at the top, bitch, we solid as a rock. Oh yeah. Solid as a rock. Oh yeah. Salute to the general, Grandmaster J, to the whole NFAC. No fucking around. Y'all know what it is. Just be black, people. Change that me into a we. You dig? Remember, it's facts over feelings. This is Body to Beat, people. We in the building.
Yeah, that was Solid as a Rock. The Grand Master himself, GMJ. Oh yeah, that will be on Inspired too. Yeah, don't forget that's dropping real soon. Yeah, that's the NFAC. I don't know if you're familiar with them or not.
Yes.
Yeah. Right,
Definitely.
Yeah. They came and shook up the world last year. Well, can't even say last year no more. It's 2020. But right now the man is actually fighting for his freedom because they're trying to silence him. Some bogus ass charges.
That's exactly what they want to do, is silence the people that are actually trying to be loud enough to be for the right side of the, on the right side of the tracks, as just saying.
Upside down world. That's what it is.
Right side of the tracks. This is ridiculous. We shouldn't have to have all this. We shouldn't have to have all this, this should be all over with by now. It's been so many years with all this prejudiceness and so many years. It should be over by now. It's gotten old to keep hearing this and seeing this. It's gotten so old.
Thank you. Because I was just going to say that you would think by now this shit is played out.
Yeah, just like some songs get played out, different games systems get played out. Well, this is getting played out. It's getting ridiculously played out.
For real, it's like, damn, like, when you gonna get over this shit? Like, what the fuck did we do to you?
Right? Exactly. That's exactly my saying. It's like, what can we do to get you to just get this, get it over with. Squash everything. Squash it. Let's go ahead and go with the new. Leave all the stuff behind. Leave all the negative stuff behind. Let's go with the new stuff. Yeah, we already got all this other stuff we're dealing with. What do we need all that for still?
Agreed. It's like, it's sad, but it happens, I guess, from generation to generation. How you can actually teach somebody how to hate somebody for the fucking color of their skin. When do people actually use the mind and the heart and the soul that God gave them to choose what's right from wrong?
Exactly.
You feel what I'm saying?
Exactly.
Like,
Exactly.
somebody else tell you who to love, how to love. Man, get the fuck out of here. Yeah,
I feel like, what, did you get in the wrong side? Like when Jesus said, here's your heart, and they jumped out of the line, like, where is your heart? What did you do? You just kind of like just said, oh, well, I'm not getting in that line. I'm just going to go ahead and go to the left. Come on.
Did you jump out of line?
Hey, Miss B, how are you?
The building.
Hey, what's up?
Good.
Oh my God. I couldn't type fast enough. I couldn't type high enough. I'm busting caps. Them talking, it just pissed me off, man. Like, I mean, that irritated my soul.
Yeah, that's the world we live in today. Sad but true.
I mean, they sitting up here trying to justify it. Oh, he wasn't acting, he wasn't, however, whatever they said, trying to talk up from, it ain't no way to look at it. It was flat out murder. They flat out lied. The district attorney, I guess her stuff is coming up, but how much trouble is she going to be in? They tried to cover it up. If it wouldn't have been for Grandmaster Jay, I mean, because that's how I literally found out about it. I would have never known, probably. Yeah. And by the time he went down there, it was like what? Had happened like a month or so ago?
It was 2 months because it happened in February. He came down here, I want to say it was May. May.
And from that time, from the moment I seen that until all the stuff ended with NFAC, I hate that everybody fell out, and I hate the way that happened because I used to follow him like every day. I actually built my TikTok following Grandmaster Jay. I got so many Grandmaster Jay videos with 300K views, and I mean, it built my whole TikTok. Them people was losing their freaking mind. Talking about he don't know how to shoot, he don't know how to hold the gun. It was just so much mess with that.
Yeah, he ain't done. He still got his crew. He got to stay silent until his court date, which I think is coming up in April.
Nah, I don't know if you know Michi X or not. They actually fell out. Like a lot of people that was involved in fact fell out. They said he turned on people, and everybody like hate him now. He had a GoFundMe that has so much money. I think thousands of dollars. I want to say 200 some K. It was a lot of money. The person that put that GoFundMe together, they end up not giving them the money. I think giving people their money back, and it was a big mess, huge mess.
Well, I'm gonna do this. I don't speak on it if I don't know, because I know we do have a lot of loyal supporters in here, and hey, might be some members in here. I don't know. So like, whatever's going on is gonna come out. I feel like it's gonna come out once he get out of this shit, because I don't think the man did anything wrong as far as what they're trying to convict him of. Now the personal stuff he going through with his members, I don't know. I don't speak on it because I don't be knowing. You feel what I'm saying? So
that's what I'm saying. I follow it. I feel you though. You really don't want to talk about it on here, but yeah, it was crazy. But as far as the statements, I like the fact that his mother brought up the toenails and all that. I wish he could I wish he could have just said more. Like, I wanted to be so ignorant for her. Like, oh my God. Cause that was a part that I played, like the part when I didn't see when she stormed out, but she did storm out of the court. She was like, I gotta get out of here. And then we seen her outside, and they recorded her, and she was just repeating what had happened. That person that said that was so rude, so insensitive.
That
And
was
then
a lawyer.
yeah. And then the fact that the sister put his dead body on was it IG?
Yep.
That tells you a lot about them and their thinking. You know, nobody that has remorse is going to do anything similar to that. That is a house of racists. That's what I think. And I'm going to be quiet for a second.
All right. Yeah, I agree. I'm going to play this next song real quick. This one right here from the Ghost called Black Man.
Do me a favor. I want you to tell all your friends about me.
What are you? I'm a black man. I'm a black man. I'm a black man. I'm a black man. Yeah, yeah. You hear me? Black man. Yeah, I'm a black man. When I do wrong, yeah, that's just a black man. Even when I'm doing right, I'm still a black man. Yeah, you know that you can shoot him, that's a black man. Black man. I'm a black man. No matter what I'm wearing, I'm a black man. For my life, they ain't caring, I'm a black man. Black man, yeah, I'm a black man. Because they know it's not right and it's some straight bull, man. The way you gotta live out here as a black man. Whatever's on your mind, no, you can't say that, man. They'll ask you a question, then say they wasn't talking to you. Cause the answer that you gave, they wasn't feeling the truth. How they feel about your opinion, that's how they feel about you. And you know Rodney the King know about that black and the blue. Cause if they catch you slipping, they gon' try to beat the black out of you. They already know how they do, we already know that it's true. You try to give up in they shoe, it's like they robbed the bank because you know they get away too. They part of that getaway crew. Yeah, they'll take one down cause they gotta keep that thing smooth. Cause I'm a black man, yeah, I'm a black man. When I do wrong, yeah, that's just a black man. Even when I'm doing right, I'm still a black man. Yeah, you know that you can shoot him, that's a black man. Black man, I'm a black man. No matter what I'm wearing, I'm a black man. For my life, they ain't caring, I'm a black man. Black man, yeah, I'm a black man. You can't walk while black, you can't talk while black. It ain't nothing that you can really do while black. With your family leave, you can't barbecue while black. Now you can't run while black, can't sit in your house while black. You wanna play your music, can't play it loud while black. Don't be selling no black and miles of cigarettes while black. You wanna cut your grass, no you can't do that while black. Violate anything on this list and you will be attacked. If you a black man, it can happen just like that. You already know you can't give up, you can get shot like that. Or they'll give you one of them old school Rodney the King. That's why we kneel like king. We ain't got no choice but to dream when you a black man. Yeah, I'm a black man. When I do wrong, yeah, that's just a black man. Even when I'm doing right, I'm still a black man. Yeah, you know that you can shoot him, that's a black man. Black man, I'm a black man. No matter what I'm wearing, I'm a black man. For my life, they ain't caring, I'm a black man. Black man, yeah, I'm a black man. I'm a black man. That's how it is out here for us. America, land of the free, they say. I don't believe it.
All right, that was the Ghost with Black Man. Yes, I'm a black man. I love that song right there. He said some real shit. Everything he said in that shit was real. Ain't hardly shit you can do while black. You can't jog. You know what I'm saying? You can't shop. You can't go to the park and play with your kids. Not if you black. Don't find a fucking reason to fuck with you. And I used to just look at things like you was talking earlier, you knew. It's like, is this shit really still happening? Or are we just over exaggerating this shit? No, this shit is still
it's happening. It's happening. It's happening right in front of our eyes.
Yeah. And now you got cameras everywhere, so you can't hide the shit.
Exactly.
Can't hide the shit.
Exactly.
But let me ask you. So I want to answer from both of y'all. I'm gonna start with you. You knew what you think the three sentences gonna get. I'm gonna break it down for each one of them, if you can.
I hope they get life straight up. If not death penalty. I'm just saying they deserve exactly what they did to him. Like they need to be, that was like a torture for him. So they need to they need to get the same thing. They need to get tortured like him. I'm sorry. I mean, I'm not in any way for people to just beat people or shoot people and nothing like that. I'm not into that kind of thing. But you you know,
So,
you get what you get. You get what you get. You get what you deserve.
When the lawyer, I guess you can say, showed a little bit of leniency when she said the charges that Rowdy should get? She said life with possible parole. What you thought about that?
Heck no, because he doesn't have parole. He's in life. He's gone. No parole at all. Like no signs of parole. Like you can't even sit in front of me and ask me for parole. Like you cannot appeal this. No, nothing. They should get nothing at all. They should get what they deserve. Life. Like he has life. I mean, literally, you took his life. It's your turn now. No life. You don't get nothing but dog food the rest of your life. You know, you get treated like crap the rest of your life. You get what you get what you give out in this world. And right now, they're getting, they should get the most negative thing on this earth, which is life with no parole, no signs of light in what they call that hole. They need to be in that hole. That's what they need to be.
24 hours, 23 hours a day lockdown.
Just enough to go to the bathroom, and that's it. That's, I mean, if they don't have a bathroom, if they don't have a toilet in there, because I don't know anything about the hole other than that it's torture in there because you basically go crazy because there's no one to talk to. Well, he doesn't have anyone to talk to. He's in heaven now. I mean, yeah, he's got God and everybody, everybody else to talk to up there, but I'm saying, like, he can't talk to his family down here, like verbally having conversation. They can't do that anymore because they took him away. Now it's their turn to suffer.
Agreed. Ms. V, what you think?
I think they killed a black man. They should get a black man sentence.
Period.
Talk your shit. Talk your shit.
And they want to sit up there, man. He killed me when he said something about I can't remember exactly what he said, but he was mentioning how it's mostly black people that are locked up with these life sentences that they didn't have to have. So kind of to me, he was making it seem like oh, well, let's change the law right now for them. I know y'all got a lot of black folks locked up for this, but these good white folks, they deserve to be out. You know what I'm saying? Like they shouldn't get the same sentence. They deserve the same sentence they will give a black man. Give them 101 years. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, take it to the max. I know that life is off the table or whatever, but death, right, is off the table.
It's on the next trial they go to, the federal one. Yeah, because they get in charge of hate crime. They got to go to court for hate crime. They treat this as a hate crime.
Yes, I heard you say something about they still had to go to court. I didn't know that. And see, I haven't been following it like you. And the little bit I have been following, I've been coming over here. So it's a lot I don't know. It's a lot I don't know. But what I wanted to ask you, well, I already said I feel like they all should get a black man sentence. That's my answer for that. I can't really break it down or anything. But was it anything during this trial that you learned that you didn't know about that tripped you out?
No. You talking about this trial itself or about court period?
Yeah, the whole trial, because you sat here and streamed all of it, so you already knew everything that they presented.
Oh yeah. You gotta realize I live right here with them. You know what I'm saying? I'm from the same city. I knew the whole story before the rest of the world even knew it because my neighbor was best friends with Travis. And when he found out that Travis did this shit, he disowned Travis and this motherfucker moved out of the fucking city.
Yeah. Are you kidding me? Wow.
Because he told me like 2 days after it happened, oh, they recorded this just in case you didn't know that. I said, well, where the hell is that? And, I'm not believing shit he's saying, but he was right the whole fucking time. Every fucking thing he told me was right. Yep. So
what do you think about Roddy sitting up here showing it? Like, I mean, I got a problem with them, period. They all acted like they didn't know they did something wrong. Like, oh, look at this. This is what happened. I don't know how the tape was revealed or how it came out or who the first person he showed it to, but it sounds like to me he showed it as a defense for them.
You know what? I can't actually tell you why Rowdy showed it. I guess he thought it was going to cover them up, or maybe at least cover him up. But what it did was it fucked them all up. And I'm going to say this. And some people may disagree. I don't think Rowdy actually knew that shit was going to happen. But that's why America need to learn to mind your fucking business.
I truly feel like he showed that, like, look, see, this was self-defense. We were trying to catch him. He grabbed the weapon. I think he showed it like he was doing a good deed. And I got a bigger problem with that. These fools actually thought that was legal, what they did. They couldn't have thought that. But I don't know.
Let me tell you, this is how it went with Rowdy when he got his truck. He following, trying to help him. Maybe not knowing what the end result was going to be, he pulled around that corner and seen that gunfire and was like, oh, shit. Fuck have I got myself into? I truly feel like he didn't know what the fuck was going to happen. He was just trying to help his buddies. That's all he was trying to do. And got himself fucked up.
Really?
I don't have to for him. I really don't. He should have minded his goddamn, but he should have stayed.
Good old Duke boys. They was Dukes of Hazzard out there.
He should have stayed his ass on his porch and with that hammer and that nail, whatever the fuck he was doing.
Yep, mind your business. Mind your business.
Goddamn business.
Mind your business.
For real. I'm gonna play this next joint. I'll be right back, ladies.
All right.
As we gather here today, under one united front, under the guise of putting our pride aside to become one nation, sworn to the gift of melanin that they once thought was a curse. But it's magic.
Look at the lights and the fixtures, but don't you forget it's a bigger picture. He put us in the pot and started mixing. 300 billion people made all different. A lot of people born gifted. A lot of people change when the earth shifted. And some will never see the vision. And that's the difference from being alive and just living. Such a crazy time that we live in. If you don't pay attention, you get filled in. It's time we stand up, so we're the real men. Ain't no peace treaty here, we taking back the land. We did it once, we can do it again. 10 toes, I'll stand, that's a real man. You gotta hold your nigga down. And if you black, say it loud.
As we screaming loud from the tallest peak, linked up in this web tied to the heart of the streets. Sheesh. And I only got 3 letters. SOC. Stay on code. To the end of the road. Let's go.
I am kissed by the sun, I'm highly favored. I reflect God, I mirror the creator. I keloid scars, my father is your savior. I built this world, pick me for my labor. I turned stone into pyramids. Mud made villages. You find me where the living is. Cave dwellers bring ignorance. You rope them off for they nonsense. They lying to you, teaching you black is a curse. Before they trickery, you control the whole earth. You invented math, language, and science. Our melanin is a miracle, don't deny it. On the shoulders of giants, our ancestors God and even enslaved us, but we fucking survive it. Tables will turn, so stop your crying. I'm so proud to be black, I'm nothing without it. Yeah.
As we ride, one time for the culture that never dies, we rise. In this nation, where the education is built on a foundation of lies. We rise. We rise.
You can paint it vivid when I picture this. My skin is Vizio, I'm the difference. Picking through the channels, I'm the guy. Got me surfing through my life like a tide. The journey is a ride. No wonder why I'm thirsty. Life is full of pride, but never showing mercy every day that I provide. It's like the devil cursed me. We're done with picking cotton while you really trying to work me. Should've been rich gods and men. Instead they giving you more bars and pins. Just face it like cut scars on chin. Never even, it's more odds to sin. I'm melanated to the flesh. I don't need your color scheme when it's branded on my chest. I'm stand up for being that. If you represent a god, stand up for being black, motherfuckers.
So we salute to those who blazed the trail beforehand. We stand right hand balled in the fist for power, for the vision, for the
magic. Ride out. Now ride out. Yeah. BTBG. Black Sister Mafia, New World. BTBG. Black Sister Mafia, New World.
All right, we back. And we black. And all that. That was Melanated Miracle. That was from the Inspired album. If you haven't heard that album, you like that type of music, you might want to go check it out. I was listening to the album a couple of days ago and started getting nervous about dropping Inspired too, because that whole album was dope from top to bottom. That's God.
My son
I don't
just heard
think I
your
heard a
music
bad
and
song yet.
yeah, my son likes your music. He just heard it and he was like, "Is that his music?" I was like, "Yeah." He said, "Oh, that's dope."
Appreciate it. Appreciate it.
He's 25 years old. He knows his music. I tell you that. He knows his music.
I thank you.
Mm-hmm.
But we were talking about, what they should get, and I like the way you put it, Miss V. You say he should get a black man sentence. Mm-hmm. And when I guess the defense attorney was up there doing his thing, he was tripping me out about that redemption speech he gave. Ahmaud never had an opportunity for redemption.
Exactly.
He's gone. There's not a second chance for him. So why should they be a second chance for them?
There shouldn't be. That's what I'm saying. He doesn't get to talk while you get to talk.
For real.
Period.
Just like Ahmaud dad say, he up here sitting next to his son. He'll never get a chance to sit next to his son again.
Mm-hmm.
Never. Fuck that. Fuck
never.
For real.
I think his parents and sister they spoke well and they held up really good. I mean, I don't know how I would have been.
Yeah, Miss Wanda is a strong black woman.
Yeah.
And I had a conversation with that woman. I don't see how she stand up. How she stand up. But
yeah.
She did tell us that she was gonna get justice for her son, and I'd be damned. She fought. She fought with the help of, of course, NFAC, our local city people, herself. She went down to I think it was Atlanta, and had that law change. Ain't no more citizens arrest. There ain't none of that shit. You can't do that no more. At least in Georgia. I can't speak in no other goddamn states.
Oh, that's good. That's a joke anyway. Citizens.
Yeah, they need to do that everywhere. They need to do that everywhere, especially with that Zimmerman situation with oh God, his name is Trayvon Martin. With Trayvon Martin.
Yeah,
that ticked me off. How the heck you think you could just go and then he gets off? I was so highly ticked off with that. Oh, that case just made me so mad. Like, how do you allow this guy to walk free after what he did to a child? It's bad enough they're killing adults, but a child for having a soda and candy in his pocket?
Now let's go back to that statement or that sermon that the defense lawyer said about redemption. Not only did they not charge him, he had a chance at life again without doing any time, and then this dude kept getting in trouble after that.
Hello?
Like, so he didn't even get charged with the murder. Second chance at life, no time, and then he still is a problem in society.
I mean, he's still walking around in society is my biggest problem.
Yes,
allegedly. And also, what the heck was that with the whole selling of the gun, auctioning the gun off, like making a freaking joke out of this?
Yeah, that shit right there is crazy. But if that type of shit happened in your city, the city people need to start making some changes who they elect in office.
Yeah.
That's just how I see it. You know what I'm saying? In our city, we have made a few big changes, and both of them was black, I can tell you that, and I'm proud of that.
Yeah.
So we got two big names in our in our sitting in our chairs here in our state. Definitely in our city, I can speak of. I can't go with the whole state, but we making changes here, and I'm proud. I just still wish the black on black violence would fucking stop.
Yeah,
that defeats the fucking purpose of what we fighting for. That's the only thing that trips me the fuck out.
Right.
I really hate that too. That really bothers me. Crazy, man.
Yeah, one day people will wake up and see life for what it really is.
Mm-hmm.
But until then, I guess we're gonna see the dumb shit.
I mean, that Zimmerman case really let you see how the KKK was still very organized. You see how much money they got for this man? I mean, just
That made no sense.
disgusting.
When I saw that, I was like, wait a minute. The people who need the money, you don't want to give it to, but then you want to give it to a criminal who just killed a child? Are you kidding me? Come on, people. No.
So with that being said, I don't know if they gonna get the right sentence or not. You know, I'm always really nervous about that because for some reason, they never get a black man sentence.
Well, this particular judge, every fucking motion they tried to file, he denied. Now that doesn't mean that he's gonna give the sentence that we expect or hope for, but it gives me hope because so many appeals and motions for mistrial that these motherfuckers tried, he denied every last one of them motherfuckers. So I think he can see through the bullshit, and I'm gonna say he's gonna do the right thing.
I hope so.
Because
I hope so.
I know when election time come back, he gonna want to be sitting back in that same seat again.
What do you think about the district attorney?
The DA Jackie Johnson?
Yeah.
She's the fucking devil. That's what I think she is.
Can you tell me exactly what did she do? What did she do wrong?
Okay, so when the crime actually happened, she told the police officers not to arrest him. They didn't do anything wrong. Now, the father, Greg McMichael, he used to work under the district attorney in her office. He actually made a cell phone call to her a little bit after the crime he committed, asking her for her advice. What would you do? Now, we don't have no recording on her response. Not saying it never happened, but yeah. I can imagine it did, probably just on a different telephone line. But then once it came out that he worked up under her, she tried to send it to another DA in Waycross. Come to find out, guess what? His son was a part of Jackie Johnson's district attorney office. So he told them he ain't see no crime committed. But once Miss Wanda found out the connection between them, he had no choice but to send that shit further up north. And then eventually GBIs took over. So yeah, she tried to hide the shit, but once the goddamn footage came out,
wow,
she was done.
Yeah, that was her ass.
Yeah, because I actually ran across a recording where she was telling her side, and she denied everything.
Of course.
Ms. V, what's the truth? And that's gonna be always around the rest of our lives. The truth always comes to light, not sometimes, but all the time. So stop lying, people. Come on, stop lying.
It's gonna come out. You goddamn right. I was gonna hold this song to the end of the show, but I just want to fucking hear it now. Let's ride out.
Let's hear it.
Here's Still Running.
As a man, you have a lot of responsibilities in life, man. No matter what it is, any obstacle, any mountain, any hill, any bump in the road, you don't let nothing stop you, man. No matter what it takes, man. Anything easy in life, you will never respect. A test is just a setup for a testimony. Yeah. You can't call yourself a man if you ready to quit. Trust me, I know. I've been there. Talk to him, nigga. I know all about the struggle, homie. Cause I did it. And I went through it. I never gave up. No matter what. Never wanna give it up. No matter what. I'ma just fight till I'm done. Never wanna give it up. No matter what. You will never make me run. Never wanna give it up. No matter what. I'ma just fight till I'm done. You will never make me run. No matter what. I'm sick of these fuckers, they taking the law in their hand. Trying to get me a chopper cause nobody following the fucking laws of the land. How do they call you a man? You really a bitch, you be calling your friend. And when we go jogging, you calling it in. You not a man, you really a trend. I had enough of a man. These trumpets I blow don't belong in a band. I'ma give him the smoke, I'ma blow up his head. I'ma empty the clip, make sure that he dead. My pencil mechanical stacked with the lid. I'm a radical when I done ran out of meds. Will detach your neck from your head. My bandana red. Let's go. Never wanna give it up. No matter what. I'ma just fight till I'm done. Never wanna give it up. No matter what. You will never make me run. Never wanna give it up. No matter what. I'ma just fight till I'm done. You will never make me run. No matter what. I feel like just taking a jog, running a couple of blocks. Put on my bandana, grab me a tee. Put on my shoes and my socks. When I work out, I just like to go hard. I should be sick cause my name is Ahmaud. I never bother nobody, they won't bother me. That's just the way of the law. Now who would've thought I would pay such a cost? The neighbors, they just started making these calls. They telling the peoples I'm breaking it home. I pray to God that I just make it home. I came by myself so I'm running alone. Somebody is calling me, what do they want? I'm looking behind me, I'm seeing a truck. In the back of the truck is a man with a gun. I do what I do and continue to run. They pull up beside me, they cutting me off. The man in the back, he begin to jump off. I protected myself before he could let off. But he pulled the trigger and that's when I would fall. 2 shots in my body, I knew I was gone. They could've left me alone. I wish I was home. I'm on my way to the throne. What up, Ahmaud? I'm running with you. No matter what. Let's go. Never wanna give it up. No matter what. I'ma just fight till I'm done. Never wanna give it up. No matter what. You will never make me run. Never wanna give it up. No matter what. I'ma just fight till I'm done. You will never make me run. No matter what. The racists, they thought they was getting away. No sir, no way. Y'all gotta pay. Ain't no play. Put some respect on his name. Hey. We calling for change. Gotta get rid of that DA. She evil like a goddamn slave. We gotta get her gone. Made the bitch leave this state. That writer tried to plead this case. Got him locked up, had to leave his place. Should've seen his face. He's scared, so he gon' turn state. Now he running from the KKK. Now I heard Travis called you a nigga to your face. As your body laid down, that's a goddamn shame. But your mom stepped up. She was amazing. That new law should be named after her baby. Hey, never wanna give it up. No matter what. I'ma just fight till I'm done. Never wanna give it up. No matter what. You will never make me run. Never wanna give it up. No matter what. I'ma just fight till I'm done. You will never make me run. No matter what. Hey.
Arrests have been made in the death of Ahmaud Arbery, the African-American man shot and killed by 2 armed white men while jogging through a South Georgia neighborhood.
Well, Jeff, around 8 o'clock, we learned that GBI arrested father and son Gregory and Travis McMichael for the death of Ahmaud Arbery. Both men have been charged with murder and aggravated assault.
The community is demanding answers.
Ahmaud carried the most humblest spirit. Ahmaud was kind. He was well-mannered. Ahmaud, most of all, was loved by his family and peers. I mean, Ahmaud didn't deserve to go the way that he went.
This got to stop.
And that just was enough.
Bitch, I run for Ahmaud.
Beautiful, beautiful. Man.
Perfect.
I
That was
appreciate
perfect video. That was perfect mute. The perfect song, perfect video. I mean, that was amazing.
I appreciate it. That was on my last project, Inspired One. I shot the video right there in their neighborhood. And yep, we had our guns. Better believe it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And it's a shame. It's a shame that you have to feel that way. That you always have to have. You got to be packing. It's a shame.
Yeah.
It's a shame.
And that's what a lot of people don't understand. One thing that Grandmaster Jay started with is teaching Black people how to protect themselves. You learn your rights first and foremost. You know what I'm saying? So you know what you can and can't do. You know what I'm saying? That's why they were able to come down here, walk around with choppers and all kind of goddamn military type guns and shit, and they couldn't do shit to them because they know their fucking rights. And everything they have done that I've known was been within the law. So you can't vote with them. You know what I'm saying? So that's how I feel like these charges that's against that man is bogus as fuck. So, but we're gonna see. April coming soon. We're gonna see. Definitely gonna see what happens. But we're getting close to that 1 o'clock hour. I know they said they was gonna return at 1, but of course they was supposed to start at 10, and they ain't started like 10:30. So never know. Play a commercial real quick. Always remember this. If you're gonna support your folk, support your folk. If you choose not to, that's your prerogative. But don't be placed in a situation where you have to ask them same people to support you. Because it's not always going to be financial. You might need them same people to save your life. Think about it.
I'm certified.
I learned to listen when my G was talking to me. This is a different league. There is no loyalty, not in the street. The more that he told, the more that I seen. He spoke it in poetry, made me believe one day I might be the king. But you gotta believe in your dreams.
All right, so we back. Any final words before we go into the second half of the sentencing? Hopefully we get it done quick. Jesus Christ.
Right. Stop wasting people's time and just go ahead and sentence them life with no parole. Thank you.
I love it. What up, Ghost?
Serve them up with a black man sentence.
Period.
Period. Well, Miss Q at, man. They supposed to be here. I know they probably still sleep because it was a late night. Well, early morning, I guess you could say.
It was. It was.
But yeah. So,
Well, some of y'all got some sleep on the panel.
Hey, you gonna stop? I already knew you were gonna say something. I already knew you were gonna say something.
Hey,
you better believe it.
We're doing something serious and you're making a joke? Are you kidding me? No, we're not gonna do that here. No.
Listen here, don't be trying to make me feel bad about some of y'all sleeping on the panel.
Hey, I knew that shit was coming.
I just want you to know I went off in the back and I clipped it.
What's good, people? So
it was only 3.
Got some sleep on the panel.
You gonna stop?
Somebody, hey, go turn your YouTube off.
You better believe it.
We're doing something serious and you're making a joke?
Ghost, you gotta turn your YouTube off in the background.
Ms.
Oh
B,
my God! Thank
it was
you.
only 3. It was only 3 little snores. As soon as I heard my name, I popped up out of it. So stop it.
Wasn't nothing little about that. I thought it was a grizzly bear up on the panel. She talking about
I
it
ain't gonna
was.
lie. I was just sitting here like, what the fuck is that noise? And then you hear you say,
Oh my god! Look, I have COVID. Okay, I'm serious. I have the COVID.
Oh
No,
man, get
yep.
well, man, get well.
Now,
get
That's
see, she wants y'all to
literally
know all that. She just don't want y'all to think she snore.
no.
Okay, go
I
ahead,
don't.
Jimmy.
I don't snore because you could ask everybody. Like, oh, I ain't gonna say everybody, but just ask certain people. They'll tell you I've never snored. I've always like literally. Unless I'm sitting forward, I can't. It obstructs my breathing. So of course, the snoring's gonna come right along with it. 3 times. All it took for you to get me? Are you kidding me? Wait till I catch your behind sleeping, little girl.
what up, dude?
You won't catch me. I'll be on
I
mute.
will. I will catch you.
We got the
Trust me.
ghost in the building with us, lady. What's going on, bro?
Hello, how are you?
Hey, how you doing? I was just chilling, trying to see what's good. They still on break?
Hi.
Yeah, they still on break. They said they'll be back at 1. It's actually 1:04, so I am still watching. I got the screen.
So we on black people time now. So now they
Yeah,
on black people
yeah.
time.
Hey, they supposed to start at 10. They ain't started at 10:30.
Okay.
Yeah, man. So what you feeling like each one of them should get? Do you think? Let me ask you this first. Do you think Roddy should get life with a possibility of parole, or you like Ms. V, like give him a black man sentence? That's what she said, bro.
She said give a black man sentence.
Give him a black man.
Exactly.
That's the one. That's the son of the one who was driving.
That was the one who was driving in the back.
Yeah. Now, out of all of them, I do think if anybody gonna get parole, I think after about 30 years, 25, 30, he probably should get a chance for parole because you know what I'm saying? If anybody, but I'm not gonna go in there and say, hell no, to get that man parole. They give him all life. That's great, but I don't think they're gonna give him all life. I hope they do, but I know the daddy and the son better get life. I'm talking about they better get life. Like they
No
ain't
parole.
no chance with them.
Yeah.
And then the lawyer for them, the way he tried to paint a different picture for the son, like, yeah, he saved someone in the army, and he jumped in the water and say, I'm pretty sure, did you break down, was those black people? We're not talking about what to do for everybody else. We know he chased that nigga around that neighborhood and they shot him and killed him. That's what we know. You know what I'm saying? That don't mean nothing when you trying to paint this picture. That ain't got nothing to do with the crime. You know what I'm saying? Obviously, because the things that Ahmaud did are the things that Ahmaud didn't get a chance to do, was trying to do. He didn't get the opportunity.
Right. Absolutely. Let's see. I think they
Oh,
might.
he walked the old black lady across the street when he was 12. We don't care. It ain't got a damn thing to do with this.
Basically what he was doing. That's basically what he was doing.
All right, so we back. Yeah, appreciate y'all for sliding through. Hey,
All right.
come back up here once it's over.
All right. Bye.
All right.
Thanks for having us.
No problem. Appreciate you.
Which is the state's position. I point the court to Noel versus the state, 297 Georgia 698, a 2015 case. And it says, in fact, what Ms. Dunikoski's position is, that the additional felony murder counts will be vacated by operation of law when they involve the same victim. But in that case, there was, as there is in this case, additional felonies, which in Noel, there was a question about whether the trial court should have also sentenced and not merged those into the felony murder counts, which were vacated by operation of law. I want to make a separate argument. This is the first time we heard of this morning. I know of no law that prohibits the court from conducting merger before the vacating of the by operation of law. So in other words, if you were to merge the underlying felonies into the felony murder counts, and then those counts are vacated by operation of law, we don't even need to consider this. But in Noel, this Georgia Supreme Court case, this court concluded that the trial court had failed to sentence on the underlying felonies that were the predicates for those felony murder counts that were vacated by operation of law, but did not automatically say that the trial court erred in not sentencing on those. In Noel, the Supreme Court ordered the trial court to make a determination, and I quote, whether the remaining non-murder felonies merge as a matter of fact into the felony murder conviction, and that's why the case was remanded back. And interestingly, in the Noel case, the Hewlett case is cited, 296 Georgia 49. That's a 2014 Georgia Supreme Court case. Same issue as before about the felony murders being vacated by operation of law. And then but in Hewlett, it was a malice murder case as well. But it gave some instruction, and I suppose that's why the Noel court relied on Hewlett, gave some instruction about whether there would in fact be merger. And in Hewlett, the important distinction was whether the felony that then led to felony murder was followed almost immediately by the death of another. So the question was whether there was a, quote, deliberate interval between the offense and the death. For those reasons, Your Honor, I asked the court to find as a matter of fact that those felonies do merge and that there is no reason and no statutory obligation for the court to sentence on the other remaining felonies that the state wishes to proceed on.
So I understand what you're saying. What you're saying is there's no deliberate interval then, because there are other cases.
Yes, I'm sorry, I just realized that I put that. Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying, Your Honor, that all of this took place in a continuing manner, that there was no stop and start between the beginning of the chase, we'll call it, and the end, which led to the tragic death. So for that reason, I think that it can be distinguished from some of the other cases that Ms. Dunikoski may be relying on. But it certainly stands for the proposition that simply because the felony murders are vacated by operation of law does not mean that the underlying felonies have to be sentenced upon. They don't still exist. They aren't still there. There still is a question of merger by operation of fact.
Okay,
all right. So, between the two statutory sentencing options that are before this court, the state is asking for the sentence of life without the possibility of parole. And grab this. They made that position known back in September of 2020, specifically September 16th of 2020, when they filed a notice of the state's intention to introduce evidence in aggravation of punishment. And in that notice, Your Honor, under the final box that's checked, the state indicated that it intended to seek life without the possibility of parole by relying upon three statutory code sections: 1651, which is simply the murder statute; 1710-2, which is the statute of criminal procedure that provides for what we're doing here today, the presentation of evidence in support of any sentence that each party is seeking. And finally, 1710-6.1 is the third code section on which the state relied in seeking life without the possibility of parole. And in that code section, that is, as the court knows, sets forth the inability for any individual who is incarcerated for the first time on an aggravating on a violent felony, which results in a sentence of life with the possibility of parole, to not be considered for any form of release or parole until after the service of 30 years in prison. Those were the reasons the state said we seek punishment of the defendant in this manner. And at the top of their notice of seeking aggravation of punishment, the state indicated in September of 2020 that they intend to introduce evidence of any convictions, juvenile adjudications, and other crimes of the defendant furnished as part of the reciprocal discovery. What the court knows is that there are no other crimes and no other pieces of evidence that support that statutory ground for seeking aggravation of punishment. So in the absence of that sort of evidence, which is the evidence the state indicated back in September it would provide, an absence, as the court knows from the bond hearing and having had those documents provided to it, there is an absence of any criminal history by Greg McMichael, which is a significant factor in your consideration of what sentence to impose. So, without any of the aggravating evidence that was set forth in the notice, the state has told this court now, we wish to simply rely on the facts of the case. And in particular, what Ms. Dunikoski argued is, number one, what she called a pattern of vigilantism. But every example she gave, Your Honor, was not, in fact, vigilantism, gathering up folks who have no authority to do so and taking the law in your own hands. Her examples were notifications that Greg McMichael made to law enforcement about suspicious activity and suspicious people in their neighborhood. And in fact, that is exactly what a neighborhood watch program is all about. That's what Officer Rash testified to you we can't survive without neighbors who will let us know what's going on and provide us the evidence we need to investigate crime. Very different and not at all related to some sort of pattern of vigilantism, which is a violent act. The second fact on which the state said that they were relying, based on the facts of the case, to seek an aggravation of punishment from a life with parole, meaning no consideration for anything less than 30 years, all the way up to life with absolutely no window of opportunity, is that Greg McMichael has shown no remorse or empathy. The difficulty of our adversarial system, a system that is the best system we know of, is that it still leaves no opportunity for an accused to turn and be the person you know he's been for 30 years, for 66 years, and offer condolences to another person for their sadness and for their loss. The other problem with the adversarial system that I know all too well is that an individual who is committed to telling the stories, to explaining to a jury how an individual got where they are right now, often feels like a defense attack on the surviving relatives of this loved one. A vigorous defense often results in the sadness of people who have lost a loved one. But those are the roles that we honorably take on. Our remaining stoic in the face of heartbreaking testimony this morning from people who have lost a loved one is because that's our role in this courtroom. This court has very handily taken care of emotional outbursts, to make sure that we're dealing with law and facts and not the kind of thing that can otherwise affect a court or a system that should remain free of those sorts of emotions. So, Your Honor, like Mr. Rubin said, it really isn't anything that I suspect the court will be taking into consideration, the fact that Greg McMichael didn't and couldn't stand up and offer his genuine sadness and condolence for the loss of a loved one, because he's facing other crimes. He's facing charges and trials on other crimes, criminally and civilly. And I hope the court knows that what we need to do to tell his story in any case involving justification, of which there was sufficient evidence to move forward with a request to charge, is that there has to be a clear, palpable, full-throated explanation to a jury about how it is that an individual put himself in a place where our clients felt they had to defend themselves. It must be terribly difficult to hear when it concerns your loved one who's no longer here. And it probably feels cold. But the court knows those are our rules, and it's the only way to make sure that our system operates as it should. So, Your Honor, with no statutory aggravating circumstances, like in a death penalty case, how do you decide? We now know there are no statutory aggravators based on the notice. We now have told you about how the factors that the state said arise out of the trial actually escalate this out of life with parole to life without parole. I suggest to the court that we rely on a wonderful system that the federal United States sentencing guidelines set up and the United States Code, and that's you look at two things. You look at the nature and circumstances of the offense, and you look at the history and the characteristics of the defendant. Let's talk, number one, about the nature and circumstance of the offense. The best indicator of what happened in order to respect the jury's verdict is to listen to the jury's verdict. The jury found that Greg McMichael, as a party to the crime, committed felonies that unintentionally led to Ahmaud Arbery's death. After deliberating for over 10 hours, over 2 days, they came back with a unanimous verdict that says, in effect, Greg McMichael did not leave his home that day hoping to kill. He did not view his son firing that shotgun with anything other than fear and sadness. What this jury found is that this was an unintentional act, one that Greg McMichael did not plan, devise, attempt, or seek to have the result that happened. So if life without parole is a sentence that is held for only the worst of the worst, it simply can't be a sentence for a person who never intended that tragic result that took place on February 23rd. If you never wanted another person to die as a result of activities you took part in, you can't be the worst of the worst. Secondly, Your Honor, under 1710(2), the things that this court should consider, you should take in account extenuating or mitigating evidence that you heard in trial. Heard in trial based on the presentation of evidence over several days that Greg McMichael sought to detain Ahmaud Arbery for one reason and one reason only. It was not for sport. It was not for evil. It was for the same reason that the police who repeatedly came to Satila's shores came there for. It was to get to the bottom of Ahmaud Arbery's nighttime intrusion into Larry English's house. The verdict spoken by this jury, based on their understanding of the law of citizen's arrest, found that Greg McMichael did not possess the information he needed to possess to attempt to execute a citizen's arrest. And that meant that Travis was not in a position to defend himself because he was the initial aggressor, if there was no citizen's arrest that could be supported by the facts and the law. That is the offense that you heard. A reason that is not an evil reason, not a reason of hate, not a reason of anything other than trying to help other people to get to the bottom of this inquiry. Further support of extenuating and mitigating circumstances from the trial you saw in the video itself. As painful as it was to watch, I'm sure the court does recall that when you saw Greg McMichael in the back of the pickup truck, in the bed of the pickup truck, not directing, not doing anything that's going to be the person who's advancing the progression of this from the chase, the attempt to stop and detain Ahmaud Arbery into what it ultimately became, you most importantly saw that Greg McMichael never even sought to remove his handgun from its holster until after you heard the first shot that took place in front of that pickup truck. So while he's on the phone begging for 911 to come and help, that is the moment he removed his handgun and never fired a shot. That is the nature and the circumstances of the offense that this court heard and upon which the jury reached their verdict. So now, the history and the characteristics of Greg McMichael, because we know that history is the only reliable measure of a person's character. Greg McMichael is 66 years old. So, Ms. Dunikoski, there has not been just 99 good deeds, but more like thousands and thousands of big and little good acts of kindness, charity, goodwill throughout this man's life. Greg McMichael is a good man. He's not a perfect person. None of us are. But he's lived a good life, a life dedicated to service. And that does count for something. The choices he made as a young man, all the way through the rest of his life, to serve, not to acquire wealth, not to do anything that brought extreme attention to himself, but to quietly go through the business of choosing career options to help other people. You heard at the bond hearing and during the trial of this case, Greg McMichael chose as a young man to serve this country by enlisting in the Navy. And after an honorable discharge, some years later decided to serve his community. Over 30 years in law enforcement. He was not a patrol officer, then later a detective, then later an investigator with the DA's office because he sought power. There was no evidence of anything like that. Were never any complaints about him being aggressive, about him seeking to take matters in his own hands without seeking the appropriate backups. He was not a gun-toting, aggressive officer. His wife testified during the bond hearing. One matter of pride that Greg McMichael always had is that he never had to discharge his weapon during the service of his community. And of course, he wasn't a law enforcement officer or an investigator for the DA's office for money. That's laughable. He did it to help, he did it to serve and protect other people. His post file that the court had into evidence during the bond hearing indicated numbers of commendations and notes from people in the community indicating how grateful they were for his willingness to participate in a case, for his willingness to go the extra mile, for his kindness to families of people who had lost loved ones. Things that are above and beyond the work that he needed to do. Those examples of commitment, of empathy and kindness are further examples of who Greg McMichael is. He is a husband for over 38 years through thick and thin to the woman that he met and married months later. He's a son, a brother, a father, and a devoted grandfather. So yes, that's how I stand before you, Your Honor, representing Greg McMichael, who has now been convicted of murder. And I say without hesitation, he remains a man of goodness. For 66 years, I calculated that's 24,105 days of life on this planet. And we're here, not for a small matter, not as if all of the other erases what happened on that day, but we are here for a driveway decision to pursue Ahmaud Arbery and a 5-minute chase that ended in tragedy. He needs to be punished. But how that contrast between a life of goodwill and service and the bad decisions that were made that day that resulted in a tragedy that the jury said unanimously he never intended could end up in the state seeking the sort of sentence that is devised for the worst of the worst is not consistent. In many courtrooms, Your Honor, that I appear in, right behind the judge, and it might be that way in Chatham County, there is the seal of the state of Georgia. And our Georgia state seal has 3 words on it: wisdom, justice, but most importantly, moderation. Life without parole versus life with the possibility of parole may be nothing more than academic for a 66-year-old man with significant health problems, because it means 30 years, at the very least, in prison. But it is an important distinction. It will affect all sorts of other things that could happen to Greg McMichael while he's in prison. But most significantly, it is the only way, Your Honor, to honor the jury's verdict that Greg McMichael committed crimes for which he never intended the result. For that reason, for the lack of evidence of aggravation, for the presence of significant evidence of extenuation and mitigation, we ask the court to sentence Mr. McMichael to life with the possibility of parole. Thank you.
Mr. Goff.
Your Honor, we're going to need a short recess before we proceed. I need to triple check a matter. A 5-minute recess should be sufficient.
All right, well, let's make it realistic. Let's take a 10-minute recess, and then we'll come back on the record at 1:45. Thank you.
All right, so there you have it. The argument
Judge
by the
Timothy
attorney.
Walmsley, Superior Court Judge Timothy Walmsley will now take a 10-minute recess before the final attorney for the third man convicted in the murder of Ahmaud Arbery, William Roddy Bryant, will make their appeal to the court. They are arguing why they believe the judge should choose life with the possibility of parole versus life with no parole in the conviction of the killing of Ahmaud Arbery in February of 2020. These 3 men were sentenced 42 days ago. It was the day after Thanksgiving, and today is the sentencing. This was the second part of this proceeding before.
Yeah, the bullshit so goddamn easy to see through. I think everybody in this damn chat can see exactly what the fuck she just did or tried to do at least. No, ain't nobody falling for that shit. She might as well sit her little dirty toenail foot dragging ass down some goddamn well. Nobody want to hear that shit. Come on with the games, man. Boy. Well, she probably tried to throw some pussy at the judge. I swear to God. I swear to God she did. These people do anything. Even though it's her job to try to get a client off. I understand that. But when you defend somebody that's been certified, labeled as a killer, bitch, hey, I don't trust you. I don't trust you as far as I can throw you. She's something else. Yeah, she on some other shit. I guess they on a quick recess. I'm assuming probably about. I'm hoping. I pray to God that Mr. Black Pastor is the last one to fucking have to speak, because I really can't stand to hear him talk. Because he irks my goddamn nerves too. You don't need no more black pastors. I will never forget that shit. Never. Play a quick song, and I don't think they're gonna be up here on recess too long. So what I'll play? Fuck it, this is suiting.
See if you hear what's really the purpose. Cause life without meaning is a life in a circus, stuck in a furnace burning. Living in past tense from an L taken, frail shaken up by the loss to excel hell. I just wish him well, but in the meantime watch us win. Toast to another win, cheers, we here, let's do it again.
This is a beneficial production. We done took L after L. Now it's hard to look in the mirror and face yourself. Yeah. But the win's on the way, but we still gotta fight at the end of the day. Yeah. See, the process is progress, and the bullshit we facing is nonsense. Now they say the other race is dominant. Too many broken promises, it's getting common here. Now they got niggas living in fear, and that's a problem, cause we should be living like them. Like any sport, all we do is win. Then let's do it then, we can't be no foolish men. They say we just a bunch of hooligans. To tell the truth, we some kings. We gon' rule again. Whatever it's gon' take, we gotta do again. We never been no losers, man. So watch us win. Hey man, I'm trying to tell you, man. It's about time for a W. It's on the way, man. Just keep faith. We gotta keep fighting, man, for what we believe in. And that's freedom. You dig? All the racial injustice, all that bullshit we dealing with, it must cease. And if you got kids, man, we gotta fight for their future. Let's go.
Yeah. Throughout the board, we gotta pull through. Nothing as simple as 2 + 2 when the obstacles hit you and you en route to victory laps. Cause nothing happens overnight. I learned the lesson once I focus sight. That's alright, right. I came close to a win and I fell short. The congrats are bigger than the support, and that's the way it go. What else? I felt the win was within reach, never could see, so we only increase. Gotta get my piece of the pie. Gotta hit the streets and I ride. It's not a game. Look here, I ain't playing, never was. Once I leveled up, I seen things on a whole different axis. Picture me rolling, feeling fantastic. Salute the tactics, stayed on this journey even after the dub. Do it for those looking down from above. I got you, it's all love. Yeah. Watch us win, it's all love. That's another dub. What? Let's go.
Y'all gon' watch us win, baby. You ain't got no choice. YJ. Let's go. Yeah. Ain't no more looking down on us, my nigga. Just look the other way. Matter of fact, just watch us win. It's a wrap.
Body to beat global. And we ain't playing with you.
Presented this evidence, it could perhaps create appellate issues. A lot of times there's a belief in the prosecution world that you present a clean case with no appellate issues, and that's the best case you can present. On the other hand, the hate crimes trial is going to be all about their intention, all about what was not just in their head, but what was in their heart. And so a lot of the things that may or may not have been relevant in a murder trial, depending on what side of the fence you fall on as a lawyer, is absolutely going to be relevant in the hate crimes trial, because that's what it's going to be all about. Were they racist? Were they doing this because they didn't like black people? And more importantly, were they doing this because they didn't want a black person running through the neighborhood?
So as of now, the judge is really making a determination on one point here, whether or not there is the possibility of parole. And so because we have 3 convicted murderers in court today, each of them has an attorney making a plea for their specific client based on that circumstance to the judge about that sentencing. And it was interesting, as a lawyer for Greg McMichael, who's the father in this case, 66 years old, his son Travis is the one who pulled the trigger. She was saying, hey, we're talking about 30
already labeled a criminal from the get-go. Hold up, and here I go, about to rise out the pistol smoke. I'm a soldier like G.I. Joe, out on all of my enemies, though I don't even smoke. But about to get hot from this reefer smoke, and I'd rather be anywhere than on earth. It's the surface, I don't wanna go in the dirt quick. God, this earth ain't working, God, this earth ain't worth it. Tell me why we gotta suffer being black, probably got a better chance of living in Russia. Not a debate for discussion, the Mexicans and the Asians, the Latinos and the blacks, they treat us like we are disgusting. I know you see they tryna wipe us off the earth. Hey, what's up? And I'm tired of this shit. Everybody all divided and shit. They can never take my soul. It's God's property, obviously. Busting back in the coppers, drop them like why would he follow me through this odyssey? Tryna live like the Bible. We just for being black. My life is a gamble like the lottery. Try to mold my life like Christ and pray every night. Just for being black, a target on my back for my life. I done been through hell on this. I won't go down without a fight. If it come to capping, I'm clapping. You better be by the action. I'm a man, God. I hope you understand this. His life of my life, though. If I hit the floor, I wanna know if heaven gotta wanna know if heaven gotta get up. Just wanna relax up in the ghetto. If the streets is gold, it might just be a ghetto. Wanna give pop, found out it was a ghetto. Know if heaven gotta ghetto. I wanna 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 know if heaven got a ghetto. And if so, come on, hey, let's ride. Just be yourself, don't change yourself for nobody else. Racist people really hate theyself. You need to check yourself. You bleed like me, you bleed like I. The only thing that's different about us is our colors, motherfucker. Wasn't born to be a racist, man, that shit was taught to you. Somebody need to sit the fuck down with you and just talk to you. You know the minds that you gotta be in for a nigga to sit the fuck down and hate a person cause the color of their skin. Like we had a choice, y'all like we had a choice. I wouldn't have even been a human being, I would've been a horse. Time to stand up for our rights. But the day that we come together, watch our cause they be up on us, under us, the umbrellas. Y'all gon' be in trouble, fellas. Throwing up the diamond sign, diamond cutter. Find that freeway exit before I Rockefeller. Never forget about slavery. I'm tired of you motherfuckers talking about this is your country. Y'all gon' push us to the point of no returning and we take over your whole little country. Think about it, won't nothing be funny. I still don't wanna live down here no more, God. All I wanna know is, do heaven got a ghetto? Wanna know if heaven got a ghetto? Just wanna relax up in the ghetto. If the streets is gold, it might just be a ghetto. Wanna give pop, found out it was a ghetto. Know if heaven got a ghetto? I wanna know if heaven got a ghetto. I wanna know if heaven got a ghetto. I wanna know if heaven got a ghetto. Rest in peace to Pop. Rest in peace Grandpa. Rest in peace Steel Menace. Rest in peace Black Ron. Rest in peace to my niggas that we lost in the hood. And if you a racist, middle finger to your faces. Hey, in reality this shit ain't gonna never stop, man. It's too much power, man. It's only so much that we can do. You know what I mean? So the only thing we can do is wait for God and fight back.
Yes. Body the big global, baby.
John Diamond made the beat and I'm gon' kill him.
I say the blacker the nigga, the deeper the roots. They try to silence me, pimpin', cause I'm speaking the truth. You know that life is really hard as a black man. Regardless, we feeling scarred for being that man. To put it on wax, gotta understand that. And that's a fact, don't try to act like it's the black man. How they got facts, trying to kill us on the back. Try to send a nigga packing, really think a nigga lacking. But yet they still act, try to treat us like we bag. It's a whole bunch of madmen, they practicing these hacks. Why don't we smash on these bad? Same way they try to trap, murder all the kidnap, glorify the good rappers.
Don't cry, I hope you got your head up. When the road is hard, never give up. Don't cry, I hope you got your head up.
Continue in the sentencing for the 3 men convicted in the murder of Ahmaud Arbery. We take you now back to Glynn County Court.
Let me begin by making clear that nothing I say should constitute a withdrawal or abandonment of any other sentencing-related or punishment-related motions previously filed. Beyond that, if this were any other case, when it comes to sentencing, I'd be turning to Ms. Donikoski and saying, Judge, what she said. I agree in a lot of ways that the sentence recommended by the state should be the judgment of the court. But this is not a normal case. And out of abundance of caution, I do feel like I need to address a few issues, but I'll be relatively brief. And there is one issue that the state's sentencing recommendation did not address. I'm pretty sure I know what the answer would be. It won't take them long to give it, but I would put it on the record. Your Honor, like Travis and Gregory McMichael, Roddy Bryan is a first offender. He has no prior felony convictions. Like Travis and Greg McMichael, Roddy Bryan has lived a life, however well lived, that warrants an opportunity and potential for redemption and rehabilitation. I would ask the court to consider the entirety of the record in the case, including the transcripts of the pretrial proceedings, including the bond hearing in this case. I'm not going to go through a whole bunch of Roddy's family history and circumstances. I know the court is familiar with them. The Michael defense teams have argued elegantly and persuasively for sentences of life with the possibility of parole, based on the grounds that I've previously discussed. And like the McMichaels, there's no evidence that Mr. Bryan is depraved or among the worst of the worst of the worst. And therefore, Roddy Bryan should likewise be allowed the possibility of parole. And there is an argument here as to whether or not the life without parole option is an option before the court in this case. I didn't think the state had filed a notice of intent to seek life without parole. And apparently they did file the notice. I'm not sure whether they had intended to withdraw the notice beforehand or what happened. But in this case, the notice, which I don't recall receiving, was filed in September 2020. It was emailed to a sea island, not mine, which would be consistent with it not having been properly served. And I would take the position that due to a technicality beyond the control of the state in this case and beyond the control of the court, and the service was by the previous chief assistant, Jesse Evans, in this case, that technically, not having been served as provided in the certificate of service, that the notice is defective. There still remains an issue as to whether the court can impose sentence anyway without that notice. And that would require the courts resolving two competing statutes. You have the sentencing statute itself, and then you have 1716-4 under which the notice was provided. We would suggest a rule of lenity indicates that where the notice has not been served or there's not proof of proper service, that the court doesn't have discretion to impose a sentence of life without parole. I'll let the court think about that. It may be an academic question anyway, particularly given the state's recommendation, which we're certainly not going to disagree with. But going beyond that issue, Your Honor, while Mr. Bryan is also a first offender and also worthy of rehabilitation based on the life that he's lived, as the evidence reflects, that's where the similarity between Roddy Bryan and the McMichael defendants ends. And I would submit to the court that that isn't the beginning of the sentencing inquiry for Mr. Bryan, the end of the sentencing inquiry for Mr. Bryan. I would respectfully submit that it's the beginning. Now, before getting into that, I do want to address one other. Lawyers probably shouldn't use the word technical arguments, but I would contend that count 9 merges into count 8. I don't think alleging separate streets that the chase is occurring on changes it. If someone was chased through the city of Savannah, I don't think that you could argue that there were 15 different attempts at false imprisonment or 15 different false imprisonments. If you went down Montgomery and up MLK and across Broughton and up the President and down Julian, I don't think you could multiply counts that way. I do think that 9 is an inchoate offense that obviously merges into 8. And because the motor vehicle that was used in this case was used in the context of the chase, there's a factual merger. And I think it's more or less the same argument that Ms. Hogue was making, but I could be mistaken. And so I want to adopt her argument as well to the extent it's expansive beyond mine, and specifically a recitation of the Knoll and the Hewlett cases. Having done that, I want to get into what I think is where the sentencing inquiry for Mr. Bryan really begins, because this is a kind of unusual case. To me, there are 4 additional factors that the court has to consider in fashioning a sentence here. And then the question becomes how the court does that under the laws of our state. We've already challenged those laws. The court, not surprisingly, given prior decisions of our Supreme Court, whatever standards may be evolving until the Supreme Court says they have, this court applies the law that we have. But there are 4 factors here that I think the court has to. The court never has to consider anything I think the court should consider. Issue number one is the jury verdict says that Roddy Bryan was not a party to the shooting, nor a shooter. Roddy did not kill Mr. Arbery. He did not attempt to kill Mr. Arbery. He did not intend to kill Mr. Arbery. He had no idea that the McMichaels had guns until moments before the shooting. And that's not just an opinion. That's pretty much the jury verdict. When they acquitted Mr. Bryan, not only at count 1, but also count 2 and count 6, when they found him not guilty of anything related to the shooting, that's a reflection of the fact that Mr. Bryan had no idea of what was about to happen. That tragedy was certainly not something that he could have anticipated up until the moments before. And by saying that, I'm not trying to get back into the charge conference issues. It's a different factor here at sentencing. But Roddy Bryan was not a vigilante. He was not a party to any organized effort to fight crime in Satilla Shores. Roddy Bryan really had no idea what was going on or why until after the tragic death of Mr. Arbery. And I think the state pretty forcefully drove that issue home during its closing argument in this case. That factor really puts Mr. Bryan in a different position. Mr. Bryan isn't the one who brought a gun. He was unarmed. And I think that reflects his intentions and it reflects a significantly lesser state of culpability. The second issue, Your Honor, is the issue of remorse. Now, like the McMichael defendants, Mr. Bryan faces a federal trial and substantial federal penalties in the event of a conviction. And I would agree with Mr. Rubin that no competent attorney in the state of Georgia under these circumstances would allow a defendant to say anything more than they already have. But in this case, distinguishing again Mr. Bryan from the McMichael defendants, Mr. Bryan has expressed remorse. Whether it's part of the record or not, he expressed remorse about Mr. Arbery's death even before he was arrested on national television. As the Arbery family, of course, has not accepted that, and they don't have to, Your Honor, and we can all understand why. But beyond that, when you look at his statements in this case, I think it is readily clear that while Mr. Bryan has disputed and continues to dispute whether things that he did that day constituted crimes, he has never questioned the tragedy of this death and has never expressed anything but remorse over the death of Mr. Arbery. And that does put him in a very different category, I would submit, in a very different posture from the other defendants. And I would remind the court, and I'm not going to spend a lot of time on it because the court heard most of this, but, during the trial, the court heard the body cam from Mr. Minshew. Mr. Bryan admitted from the get-go that he chased after Mr. Arbery, that he was uncertain as to whether they should have done that. He wasn't running around the scene trying to influence witnesses' testimony, as the state alleges other people have done. He was very candid and straightforward, and you heard his demeanor on the video at the crime scene. You heard the excerpt from the interview with Detective Lowry, and of course the court has the entire statements in the record, where Mr. Bryan expressed, again, regret that Mr. Arbery died. He pointed out that, if his vehicle had collided with Mr. Arbery, maybe Mr. Arbery would still be alive. And not in the context of wanting to hurt Mr. Arbery, but in the context that maybe he would still be with us. And this tragedy might have been something less. Beyond that, Your Honor, there were a number of statements made to investigator Sechrest, Special Agent Sechrest, during the investigation of this case, which technically, I believe the statements themselves, the transcripts and the videos were admitted into evidence at the Jackson v. Deno hearing. At least that's my practice. I don't have a transcript to look at, but that's normally what I do. And moreover, I think they were tendered in connection with the preparation for the trial itself. And I think technically during the trial, they weren't presented to the jury, but the court can consider those. On May 11th, Mr. Bryan, I'm referencing page 69 of that transcript, indicated that he did not want to see the video in the aftermath of the shooting. He didn't enjoy it. He didn't take any pleasure in that. On May 13th, at page 75, Roddy Bryan expressed shock to Agent Sechrist at the shooting of Ahmaud Arbery. Referencing page 100 of the transcript, Roddy thought it was that what Mr. assumed, thinking might be putting too much credit to Mr. Bryan, Roddy Bryan assumed that Mr. Arbery had done something more serious, that there was more to it than going through an open, unsecured construction site. And that doesn't change the lawfulness or unlawfulness of his conduct, but it does reflect on his level of remorse. At page 101, Mr. Bryan says that to Agent Sechrist, and these are all statements that the state could have used at the trial against him had they wished to do so, and may still be used against him in federal court. None of these statements are without consequence. That he was sorry that Ahmaud Arbery died, that he wished he had stayed on his front porch. He's not going around boasting to people or bragging about it. He's regretful way back then. And that is before he was arrested. At page 102, he regretted having got involved in the chase. And, Your Honor, I think when you take those statements in conjunction with the rest of the evidence in this case, Mr. Bryan has done everything he could do, short of confessing to committing felonies on national television, that he is remorseful and regretful at this tragic loss of life. And it's difficult for me to conceive what more he could do. Now, is the Arbery family going to be satisfied with that? No, they don't have to be satisfied with that. You have to give credit. 3 members of his family came up here and probably did what were the most difficult things they've ever had to do, is to come speak here in this court on national television effectively about the death of their child and their brother. And that's difficult. But whether or not they accept Mr. Bryan's expression of sorrow and remorse for the death of Mr. Arbery, it's for the court to decide whether Mr. Bryan has expressed remorse, and if he has, what to do about it. And the court may well decide there's nothing the court can do about it. The felony murder statute prescribes one punishment, a mandatory minimum of life. And I'm not reviewing the legal argument there. But if there's a way the court can take it into account, I'm going to argue that the court should. The last issue, Your Honor, and I think the court is well familiar with it, is Mr. Bryan's full cooperation with law enforcement from day one, from moment one, from minutes after the shooting. I'm not going to belabor all the different things Mr. Bryan did, producing the cell phone, the night out video, the numerous statements, going through the area where the shooting took place with the police to help them understand what happened that day. On a scale of cooperation, you'd have to put Mr. Bryan at a 10 out of 10, even a 12 out of 10. I've never seen a defendant provide that kind of cooperation. Most of it without the benefit of counsel. Slick lawyers didn't tell Roddy Bryan to turn over the cell phone, to talk on the scene on the body cams, to go down hours later to the police department. Roddy Bryan did that because he wanted the truth to be known, whatever that was, whatever it meant. So these are all factors above and beyond anything that apply to the McMichael defendants as to why Mr. Bryan should receive a lesser sentence. Now, the mandatory minimum in Georgia is life imprisonment on a felony murder. I'm not going to rehash the legal arguments. What I am going to suggest to the court, though, and given the age of the defendants here, whether Mr. Bryan is eligible for parole or not, he's going to be 80 years old under the current guidelines before he could be eligible for parole. And effectively, even if the court grants life without parole sentences, as the state has requested to the McMichaels, simply giving Mr. Bryan a sentence of life with the possibility of parole, still, given the respective ages, means that he would essentially serve the same sentence and that there would be no options there. So I'm asking this court to consider sentencing Mr. Bryan and Mr. Bryan only under OCGA 17-10-1B, which, at least in my experience, is relatively rarely employed, but perhaps underused, especially given the evolving standards of with respect to sentencing issues. Under 17-10-1B, as I understand it, a request for relief from parole restrictions may authorize consideration by the parole board of parole prior to the completion of any specified time period otherwise required prior to parole eligibility. Imposing sentence under this statute does not grant Mr. Bryan parole. He still may never receive parole. He could still die in prison 50 years from now, even if the court grants relief under 17-10-1B. All that does, however, is it gives the parole board the freedom, if you call it that, the ability to parole Mr. Bryan whenever they see fit, regardless of any statute or rule that would otherwise prevent it. Now, Mr. Bryan still has a long road here to establish the redemption and the rehabilitation that would justify his ever being released from prison. So, as I've explained to Mr. Bryan, this doesn't guarantee him that he would do 1 day less in prison than he would otherwise do under the sentence that the court is about to impose. But what it does do is provide the opportunity for the parole board to exercise its discretion in deciding whether to release Mr. Bryan when they believe it would be appropriate and not based on some arbitrary, preconceived, mandatory minimum time period before he could be considered. And I believe that this is that rare, exceptional case where relief under 17-10-1B, however fleeting it might be, depending on the circumstances, that this is a case where that would be appropriate. And I would respectfully submit to the court that as a practical matter, it's really the only relief that the court can give Mr. Bryan to reflect his cooperation, his expression of remorse, and the other factors that I've reviewed with the court today. And that doesn't change the sentencing recommendation. I'm concurring with the state, putting aside the legal arguments about merger and vacating of sentences. I'm agreeing with them that the sentence of life plus 15 consecutive probation, that would be the appropriate sentence in this case. I think the only thing that we really are disagreeing about at this point is I'm expecting the state is not going to be excited about 17-10-1B. But I'm asking the court to do that anyway. And in this relatively small instance, and again, it may be completely meaningless depending on how the parole board views things 10 and 20 years down the line. But it is really the only thing, short of striking down parts of Georgia's sentencing law on constitutional grounds, it's really the only thing this court can do that would substantially reflect the wide chasm in differences in culpability and other issues between Mr. Bryan and the McMichael defendants. It's all that this court really has available to do that. And if for no other reason, that's why I would ask the court to do so. But I do think it would be in the best interest of justice. I mean, Your Honor, Roddy Bryan probably, I won't say he's unique, but he's pretty as close to unique as you can get in our criminal justice system. It's a felony murder for someone who didn't kill or attempt to kill or intend to kill, and it's in the context of a citizen arrest, however foolish and badly guided and misinformed, and certainly however unjustified under the law. There probably isn't another individual in the entire Georgia prison system that's in a similar posture. And thanks to the changes the legislature has made to the citizen arrest statute, it will certainly never be an issue again. So this is a request that we're making here on behalf of Mr. Bryan that would effectively impact one person now or in the future in the state of Georgia. And we're not asking that as special treatment for Mr. Bryan. We're asking it as treatment that anyone in his situation would be asking for, given the totality of circumstances present to the court. So again, we're asking the court to impose a sentence of life imprisonment plus 15 years. But we're also asking the court to grant relief under 1710(1)(b). Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Goff. From the state.
Thank you, Judge. Because there's a number of legal issues as well as additional argument by the state, is there any particular order you'd like to hear it in? Would you like me to start with Mr. Bryan first and work backward, or just go from Travis? And
Why don't we, however the state wishes to present it, I'll be able to follow it, I would imagine.
Wonderful. Okay, Judge. So regarding Mr. Bryan, with regard first to this parole board issue, 1710(1)(b) actually says that it will apply only to first offenders, where technically Mr. Bryan is a first offender. He doesn't qualify under the first offender statute because anyone convicted of felony murder, you're not allowed to sentence them under the first offender statute. So we have that problem first. But the second problem is that it refers back to A. And subsection A of 1710(1) actually says, except in cases in which life imprisonment, life without parole, or the death penalty may be imposed, and then goes through. So B can't even apply to anything that imposes a life sentence. And that's how the state is reading this, because when you look at B, the judge in fixing the sentence as prescribed in subsection A of this code section. Subsection A says, except for life sentences. So therefore, none of this will ever apply to a felony murder conviction. And then looking at count 9, merging into count 8. I understand factually the issue that Mr. Goff has brought up on behalf of Mr. Bryan, that two separate instances, one, an attempt to confine him taking place on Burford, was just a continuation of something that was going on and on and on and on. Ironically, that was not the argument that Mr. Goff made at trial during his closing argument. He actually started to posit that Mr. Bryan was actually leaving and wanting to go home, and just happened to go in the wrong direction back down Holmes, and that he wasn't actually trying to commit a false imprisonment on Holmes. He was just trying to go home. But regardless, what we have here is an intervening factor. I didn't know Mr. Goff was going to make this argument, but I believe there's a case out there that involves aggravated assault and aggravated battery. And it involved a man who had cut the female victim's throat and then also cut her face. The aggravated battery was on the face, the aggravated assault was on the throat, but there was an intervening time frame. And so on the one hand, I do know that there are numerous cases out there where if you start shooting at somebody and then continue to shoot, it's all one aggravated assault. Okay, there aren't separate aggravated assaults for each time you fire, unless there is an intervening actual time frame where you've shot, they've run away, you've chased them down, and now you're over on another street, like we have in this case. You've encountered them again, and now you start shooting again. Because there's two different locations, two different specific places and times, that allows the state to charge it. And the reason it allows the state to charge it is because what you're really trying to do is prevent the state from engaging in double jeopardy. You don't want the state to be able to go on January 3rd on Burford, no, on, well, I'll do our case. On February 23rd, 2020 on Burford, you attempted to falsely imprison him. Oh, not guilty. Okay, well, we'll go ahead and move it over to Holmes and we'll get a new indictment and we'll do it over there on that date. So you want to keep the state from going ahead and doing two different things and two different bites of the apple. You want to make sure there's no double jeopardy here. Well, in our case, we don't have double jeopardy here because we have two different separate instances, and they're both in this indictment, and they're both two separate time frames. Yes, very close in time, between 4 minutes. I know I'm kind of giving the court both the defense side and the state side, but to be candid with the court, there are cases out there, especially the gunshot cases, that say it's all one continuous action. The state's position in this indictment, and one of the reasons we specifically indicted it this way, is because Mr. Bryan's attempt at false imprisonment on Burford was specifically done with his pickup truck when he tried to run Mr. Arbery off the road and tried to attempt to falsely imprison him right there with his truck. He attempted 4 different aggravated assaults on him at that point in time to get him to stop there. He was unable to do it. That's why it's a criminal attempt. However, over on Holmes, after he went up and chased him up, and then we begin the video, and Mr. Arbery turns back, Mr. Bryan does continue to go up Holmes. He actually goes up Holmes. It's on video. He pulls into a driveway. He says, I'm going to go ahead and keep going. He does a 3-point turn, and then he comes down Holmes. He encounters then Mr. Arbery coming around the corner, and that is where that actual false imprisonment absolutely takes place, right there on Holmes, where Mr. Arbery is ultimately falsely imprisoned and killed. So these are 2 separate, distinct incidences, and there is no chance of double jeopardy because both of these things are distinct. They took place at separate places and separate time frames within the incident. So we ask that count 9 not merge into count 8 for Mr. Bryan.
I'm sorry to interrupt. I'm not sure because of the way we're doing this. I did want to point the court to another case with respect to this issue that's been drawn back to the merger issue that I raised. And that is, the point is whether or not it's a continuing offense. Kidnapping is a continuing offense. So for example, if someone is moved, an asportation occurs, all the places during that movement are one crime. And I'll cite to the court Hill versus the state, 279 Georgia Act 666, a 2006 case that's cited in Brower versus the state, 298 Georgia Act 699, a 2009 case. It says that the offense of kidnapping is complete when, in this instance, Brower sees the victims, forced them to the back office in the case of the office staff, and when he taped up and moved the attorney from place to place in the office. So the movement is the question is, if kidnapping is not a continuing offense, then is false imprisonment, and I've done a search and I just don't have the answer to that.
And we'll keep the state to its argument. Understanding that with the kidnapping, the issue here I think is slightly different. As I understand what the state's arguing is the way that false imprisonment and the attempt was alleged in the indictment was that the attempt occurred on Burford. There was an intervening interval. And then later, short period later, but later, there was a completed act on Holmes. Okay, that's the argument that I understand is being presented. And that's why I'm going to look at the merger part of it. Now, how that fits and whether or not it merges, I'm probably going to take a few more moments to think that through and how that works. But that's what I understand we're looking at as far as the legal issues. I understand the kidnapping part of it. You have a kidnapping just because you move them within the office, we're not going to allege it. Flip side of that is, I mean, you look at some other statutes like the, I won't tip at windmills, but when you look at police chases, I mean, you can be charged with obstruction 5 times in the same chase. So, I mean, the issue may seem simple, but it's not. But this is the way I'm going to approach it. Okay.
Thank you, Judge. And I believe the reason for the merger really comes down to the issue of double jeopardy, because you have to put the defendant on notice, because you do not want there to be an opportunity for the state to come back with double jeopardy, which is why you want to get as specific as possible, and which is what we did in order to designate these 2 separate instances in time and in place. So that is the state's argument as far as count 9 merging into count 8. And that is what I have for Mr. Goff. Now, Your Honor, with regard to the legal argument that Ms. Hogue made on behalf of Greg McMichael, actually, Noel was then cited in the case of Jeremy Scott, who killed Dexter Holliday. It was a Fulton County case. Embarrassed to say it was my own. And in that case, we had to resentence Mr. Scott because what the court did was sentenced him on the felony murder conviction, but then actually when he was found guilty of possession of a firearm by a convicted felon, The court went and took the possession of a firearm by a convicted felon, merged it into the felony murder, then merged the felony murder into the felony murder for the armed robbery. And the court went and cited to Noel. And this is Scott versus the state, 302 Georgia 29. It's a 2017 case. The state notes that based on Noel versus the state, the trial court erred in merging the felony murder convictions and then merging the predicate felonies into the remaining murder conviction. When the trial court sentenced Scott on count 2, the felony murder based on aggravated assault, count 3, felony murder based on possession of a firearm by a convicted felon, was vacated by operation of law. Therefore, count 6, possession of a firearm by a convicted felon, then cannot merge into count 3, which stands vacated. We therefore vacate the merger of count 6 into count 3, meaning the possession of a firearm by a convicted felon, into the felony murder that it's based on, and remand for resentencing on count 6. Now, factually, you are a convicted felon at the moment you're shooting that person. It happens at the exact same time. So I think that kind of goes towards that. Well, if it's all happening at the same time, it needs to merge together. And I will also direct the court to a case I affectionately call the El Camino case. Once again, unfortunately mine. This is DeMarcus Graves. It is Graves versus the state, 298, Georgia, 551. Once again, a 2016 case. And at that point in time, basically it said, while the evidence was sufficient to sustain Graves's conviction, we find an error in sentencing. The trial court purported to merge 2 felony murder counts with the malice murder count. The trial court then purported to merge 2 independent felonies, criminal attempt to commit armed robbery and possession of a firearm by a convicted felon, with the 2 murder counts. And basically what they said in Graves was, no, you can't merge the felony murders into murder. You have to vacate them by operation of law. And once they're vacated by operation of law, that's going to leave you with the possession of a firearm by a convicted felon and the criminal attempt to commit armed robbery. Therefore, the trial court is required to vacate that portion of its sentencing order purporting to merge the 2 independent felonies and impose proper sentences on those counts, which I then had to go ahead and do and resentenced Mr. Graves to the murder charge with those 2 particular felonies. So there are 2 cases right there that show that that is not the case, because they murdered Mr. Graves while attempting to rob him of his drugs while he was sitting in his El Camino in the parking lot of an apartment complex while being convicted felons. All of that took place at the exact same time. So therefore, Noel does not stand and has been overruled basically by Scott and Graves. So with regard specifically now to Greg McMichael, the idea that there was no vigilantism here because after they confronted people, after they took their guns to confront people, after they confronted those people with those guns, then they would call the police, is somehow a neighborhood watch situation. As Officer Rash testified, there's supposed to be witnesses. That's what neighborhood watch is there for. They're supposed to be great witnesses. Officer Rash said he thought Greg McMichael would be the best witness, being a prior law enforcement officer, that he'd be able to come in and take the stand and say what he saw. That's what neighborhood watch is supposed to be, not somebody running after people in a residential neighborhood where there are women and children and people out walking on a regular basis. This was a Sunday afternoon. It's a miracle they didn't run into families taking a walk that day. And on a random day, when the GBI went out with the drone videos and were just going through the neighborhood, they captured numerous people out taking a walk. A family with children were there. So the next point, that Greg McMichael has shown no remorse or empathy because he's unable to. Well, Greg McMichael was a law enforcement officer. But what he did on May 5th of 2020 was release evidence in an ongoing investigation into himself and to his son. Greg McMichael's the one who released the video to the media. He went to Mr. Bryan and said, hey, give me your phone. I'm going to take it to my lawyer. Took it to his lawyer and had his lawyer release it publicly because he believed it was going to exonerate him. That's interference with administration of justice. Yes, we did not charge him with obstruction or anything like that. But the fact of the matter is this is someone who was in law enforcement for years and actually actively pursued evidence in a case against him to be released to the media because he believed that that video showed he and his son were not guilty of anything. That's 2 months afterwards. The state's position is he hasn't changed his mind. The state's position is he and his son still believe they didn't do anything wrong. And that is a lack of remorse or empathy. The idea that he did not intend the death of Ahmaud Arbery, once again, he's a law enforcement officer, got a gun, went running after somebody. The jury did find that he intended to commit false imprisonment, criminal attempt at false imprisonment, aggravated assault with that pickup truck, and aggravated assault with that shotgun. And we all know that felony murder has a foreseeability component to it. Ahmaud Arbery's death was foreseeable, and especially foreseeable to someone in law enforcement. The idea that they wanted to get to the bottom of what an unknown person was doing in some neighbor's house, a neighbor they didn't even know, goes back to our vigilantism. This whole idea that they were trying to help the neighborhood out has been an excuse from both Travis and Greg McMichael. Ms. Hogue got up here and said, this wasn't advancing the progression of the crime. And I apologize for this once again, Your Honor, but stop or I'll blow your fucking head off. I think that really advances the progression of the crime. You're threatening to murder somebody. You're threatening to kill him if he does not stop. And referring back to the post records produced in the bond hearing, Greg McMichael was so not paying attention to his job as a law enforcement officer that he was not post-certified from January of 2006 through 2014. He was an investigator in the district attorney's office, and he let his post-certification lapse from 2006 to 2014, 8 years. I won't even go into what that could have meant to those cases that were prosecuted by the district attorney's office. He then lost the post-certification again in 2018, and Jackie Johnson had to make an accommodation and change his designation at his job just so he could keep his job through retirement. This attitude of I'm special and I'm above the law and the law doesn't apply to me and I can take my gun and I can run after people and confront the homeless guy under the bridge and then call the police later about it. That's vigilantism. And that is the main reason. The thoughtlessness, the remorselessness, the desire so to be special and protect himself and his family by taking evidence and releasing it publicly when he knows there's an ongoing investigation is the reason we are asking for life without the possibility of parole. And with regard then to Travis McMichael. There's a reason, Your Honor, you did not grant bond to Travis and Greg McMichael. Mr. Rubin went back to all of those things listed in the bond hearing. The state will also direct the court to things the state presented in the bond hearing, including his text messages with all of his offensive racial animus and language. The jury did find that he had an abandoned and malignant heart. That's exactly what the jury found. They were given that he intentionally went ahead and did this, or the other level, abandoned and malignant heart. In addition, I will remind the court that there's an old saying, the road to hell is paved with good intentions. And it's great that they had such good intentions to protect the neighborhood. But the thoughtlessness, the lack of vision to know how this could go terribly, terribly wrong. And the fact of the matter is, Your Honor, it was a year and a half. February 23rd, 2020. November 2021, Travis came in here and testified. The state asks that you take into consideration his demeanor, his attitude. He said, this was the worst day of my life. Well, how'd that work out for Ahmaud Arbery? Not once did he show any empathy or ability to place himself in the position of Mr. Arbery on the stand. And yes, 4 minutes of conduct. Well, 4 minutes of conduct. Usain Bolt won 8 gold medals. When he runs those races, they're less than 2 minutes long. But the reason he's able to do that, the reason he is able to win, is because of 20 years of training that leads him to those 2 minutes. Those 4 minutes are a reflection and a result of an entire lifetime of Travis McMichael and his attitude, his demeanor, what he believes he's entitled to go ahead and go do. The same applies to Greg McMichael. That 4 minutes of conduct wasn't just 4 minutes of conduct. It was a culmination of vigilantism. We get to go ahead and play law enforcement even though we're not, and that we're going to go out and confront people, and we're going to take our guns to go do it without any real understanding or consideration of the consequences. At this time, for Travis McMichael, these are the reasons that we are asking for life without the possibility of parole. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. That being all argument and evidence presented, and I say that just to be clear on the record, there had been some discussion with counsel about evidence and the record. The court is going to leave the record open, as I understand it, for what's going to amount to a notice of filing and 2 affidavits, just in order to preserve arguments made during the trial on appeal. I'm going to take about 10 minutes, maybe 15 minutes, and go through my notes, and then the court will pronounce sentence. We are in recess for 15 minutes.
All right, a very short recess. All right, again, that is Superior Court Judge Timothy Walmsley. He was appointed by Nathan Deal in 2012. He's out of Chatham County. He came in to try this case in Glynn County because the 5 local judges recused themselves. So let's just reset here. Today is sentencing day for the 3 men convicted in the murder of Ahmaud Arbery: Travis McMichael, his father Gregory McMichael, and William Roddy Bryan. Those 3 men each have a lawyer in court, and what we've just finished hearing is each lawyer addressing the judge, making their case for why they are asking for the lesser sentence in this case. All 3 have been convicted, and the convictions come.
All right. So we have come to the final recess, and it looks like we're about to get a goddamn sentence. Appreciate everybody who fell through and slid through now and been here since we started. Hey, this is a very important time. We hit step 1 when we got them convicted first and foremost. But this is what it's all about. This is what Ahmaud's been fighting for the entire time. So salute to everybody that's supporting Miss Wanda and the Black community in general. It's real out here, people. Just imagine, this could have been your kid. Let's hear what Miss Wanda say. Y'all might have missed this.
Ahmaud never said a word to them. He never threatened them. He just wanted to be left alone. They were fully committed to their crimes. Let them be fully committed for the consequences.
And then on the other side, we've heard from the 3 lawyers for the defendants. They are not making that appeal directly to the judge because they still have a
If you missed the statement by Ms. Wanda, Mr. Marcus, and Ahmaud's sister Jasmine, you can hit the replay button after the live is over. Well, you can do it now and just catch up, but it was really touching. Really, really touching. What's up, Crystal G in the building? John Q's in the building. What's good, everybody that's just sliding through. John, I expected you to be late. You was up pretty damn late your damn self. Like I said, shout out to the ghost for calling my ass, because boy, he called me at 9:55 and I was just rolling over. Jumped up like, oh shit. But yeah, we hoping that they actually do put their ass away, Crystal. Most definitely that. Let's see here. Let's play another jam real quick. The link in the chat if anybody want to come up before this 15-minute break is over. Speak their piece. Give their opinion on what they feel is going to happen. You can either tell us that on this case or what you expect in the federal charges that they'll be having later. Then we also have Jackie Johnson still got to go through court as well. I don't know what they're going to give her, but I hope they got them throw the book at her ass too. Her grimy ass. Stand her. I'm going to finish Black Kings because I had to cut that short to play a stream to live. So back to it.
Yes. About to be global, baby.
John Diamond made the beat and I'm gon' kill it.
I say the blacker the nigga, the deeper the roots. They try to silence me, pimpin', cause I'm speaking the truth. You know that life is really hard as a black man. Regardless, we feeling scarred for being that man. To put it on wax, gotta understand that. And that's a fact, don't try to act like it's the black man. How they got facts, trying to kill us on the back. Try to send a nigga packing, really think a nigga lacking. But yet they still act, try to treat us like we bag. It's a whole bunch of madmen, they practicing these hacks. Why don't we smash on these bad? Same way they try to trap, murder all the kidnap, glorify the good rappers.
Don't cry, I hope you got your head up. When the road is hard, never give up. Don't cry, I hope you got your head up. Even when the road is hard, never give up. Don't cry, don't cry, don't cry, don't cry. Got your head up, don't cry, don't cry, don't cry. I hope you got your head up.
Strong black men, put your fist up and keep your
head up.
Queens holding down their kings, keep stepping and keep your
head up.
To all of the niggas that doing the big, that's up in the pen.
Got your head up.
I told my mama,
don't cry.
Wipe the tears from your eyes and keep
your head up.
The blacker the berry, the blacker the nigga. They look at our figure, they look at our faces. These bitches scary, they scared of us. We ain't terrorists. Y'all made us armed and dangerous. They mad at us, matter of fact, mad as fuck. Everything surrounding us, cause we can multiply, not divide it up, subtract and plus. We never had shit, so when we get it, man, we acting up. If it's one thing that we believe in this guy we trustin' and got our butts hit him with the stick like a puck on my mighty. Don't
cry, I hope you got your head up. When the road is hard, never give up. Don't cry, I hope you got your head up. Even when the road is hard, never give up. Don't cry, don't cry, don't cry, don't cry. Got your head up, don't cry, don't cry, don't cry. I hope you got your head up, head up. I hope you got your head up, got your head up. I hope you got your head up, got your head up. I hope you got your head up, got your head up. Don't cry, baby, don't cry. You got to keep your head up, keep your head up, keep your head up, keep your head up, head up. Just continue to watch, that's all.
And we went in there. I could tell.
You swear.
It's time to get to it, them people need us. No rhyme or reason, we leaders. It never matter the season. Every Wednesday we meetin'. Justice is what we seeking. Come in and just have a seat and just listen to what we speaking. We be rocking all through the weekend. Them trollers, we never see them. We doing this out with freedom. When shots and pimpin', we eat them. A doubter to a believer. My people never deceive her. I'm rocking them double Q, and you know that I'm with my people. It ain't hard to do the math. What the realest, so you know they in your head. It's Q squared. Every damn case we try to crack, we take a lot of feedback from the chat. You know it's Q squared. It ain't a secret, and you know just where we at. You know it's Q squared. That's John Q, Miss Q. It's a wrap, Q squared. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to welcome you to the realest podcast on YouTube.
Number 1, Q squared.
We got Miss Q Carlock and
Yeah, we back, and I got you new.
Hey, I was so pissed off because she is so full of crap. Their attorney is full of crap. Even the judge was sitting back saying, "This is some BS right here. I don't know what she think I'm listening to." I was like, "Oh no, full of BS, nothing but straight BS." I was like, "Mm-mm." And then when their attorney got on there, I was like, "Oh, I'm so proud of her. I am so proud of her because
Yes.
she's gonna get them. She's like they said in the chat. She's gonna nail that coffin. She's gonna nail that coffin."
Yeah, most definitely. Hey, I'm telling you, after this case over, her rate's going up. I'm telling you. I salute her. We call her Auntie down here in Brunswick because she now is a part of the us now. Auntie. But yeah, if y'all haven't subscribe to John Q's page. I think he's going live tonight.
Okay. Oh, you know I'm gonna be there.
Oh yeah, you know we got to support.
Daniel. Yes.
Yeah. David Robinson should be in the building tonight. He just got back in Buckeye. That's a weird ass goddamn name for a city. But he just got back and he'll be on his live tonight, John, on his channel. So y'all make sure y'all tune in to that. We definitely got to have each other back. You know what I'm saying? We always need the side on the side of right. All the time. I don't give a fuck what color he is. I side on the side of right. So salute to John for the hard work he do. And again, for the NFAC for what they do.
Yes.
We gotta keep pushing the good fight.
Yeah.
I always wonder would I live to see world peace? I don't think so, but it's a hope.
I pray every day. I pray every day that that the peace comes through. Like stop with all this prejudiceness. Stop with all that. Like stop. Stop worrying about the skin tone. Worry about people's hearts and how they act towards you. That's all you need to worry about. But nobody listens. Like, come on. This is getting ridiculous.
You see what MTGB
Yeah,
said?
I see what she's saying.
I just want to make sure you see that.
She knows I'm up right now because I'm up for this. This is like, oh yeah, you gonna leave me alone with the sleeping, snoring thing. Cut that. That was only like for like not even minutes. It was.
Nah, you had a good 3 of them, man. 3 of them.
Yeah, 3 snores. Exactly. 3 snores.
Who made that avatar for you?
Huh? Me.
You did that?
Yeah.
It's pretty dope.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
I got you if you want me to do one for you.
Yeah, that'd be cool, man. If you can, I would appreciate it.
Well, you got my email. Email me what you want on it, and I got you.
I got your email?
Yeah, you should have my email because remember I asked you about your music.
Oh, but look, I get so many damn emails.
So it's you new 2021. That's it.
You can see the private chat
at gmail.com. Yeah, she's laughing at me.
Put your email.
You want me to put it in there? Okay.
Yes, please, because I forget.
All right, no problem.
Yeah, let's see. Yeah, they still on commercial break. But yeah, ain't no more talking now. We should be hearing only the judge come up there and say what it is. I think it's gonna be life with no parole for the first 2, and life with possibility of parole for Roddy. That's how I see it. Yeah. I mean, if they all get life with no parole, great.
Perfect. But, yeah. If we were in a perfect world, if we were in a perfect world, that would work. But I don't know if I don't think we are. Yeah, we're in a world of somebody they side with certain people and they don't side with certain other people. I'm not going to say what and what, but you know what. You know exactly what.
Absolutely. Mm-hmm. I don't think they have enough evidence to prove that Roddy's intentions was for him to be hurt the way it happened. Mm-hmm. So that's why he didn't get the same charges they got.
Yeah.
But let's check out the chat, see what they're talking about. All right. Okay, they ain't talking about too much. But it's been one hell of a ride, I must say so myself. Let's see here. I guess I can play another song here. Oh, I know what I'm gonna play. I know y'all appreciate this.
I like the one with your the one with I don't know if that's your grandma, the one with the the one I asked you if I could play on mine. I love that one.
The one with my mom.
Yeah, okay, your mom. Yes. That's one of
Yeah.
my favorites.
Appreciate it. That's mine too.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's mine too. We're gonna play a little why. Yeah. So here we go. Kids missing just sickens my mood. Now I got an attitude. You think I won't battle food? I will slap the fuck out of you. Maybe I am a radical. I'm charged up with a matador. You don't love the kids, why do you got them for? I tell the truth, how they got out the door. These cases I can't ignore. You damn right I want your face on the floor. We lacking info pimping, I'ma need more. See, it's the truth that we want. You supposed to love your kid, the truth is you don't. Somebody bring them parents up to the front. Them kids been missing for months. Damn right I'm mad, pimp, I done had enough. Oh, my business, bitch, I don't give a fuck. I might just tear this shit up. Now we got summer, we got horse, and we got on. Like the parents, they don't care. I'm like, what the fuck you doing? All of the YouTubers pursuing. They do more than what you doing. Now how the fuck you gonna influence? Your reputation done been ruined. Why? Oh, why they taking these kids? I'm so sick of this shit. Why? Remember that kid they left in the car? Sydney Deal, she had a bum for a father, and it was hot as Nevada. Just break the window, but he wouldn't even bother. He making kids, now that's really a problem. What about that fella Kawan? The lady picked him up was a mom. Now Kawan was a friend with a son. I can't believe what they done. They found his body in the sugar cane field. Now his parents gotta shed some real tears. This ain't how the fuck we supposed to live. If you got a kid, show them that you love them. Cause they leaving on the dub, protect them, gotta keep them covered. Cause there's some evil motherfuckers plotting, waiting just to touch them. Don't you think this shit is nuts? They taking kids out by the dozen. It's so many living in your city limits. If you think that they offended, that mean you think this again. It only take a single minute. Evaluate the way you live. This was a blessing you was given. It's gonna hit you different if your child just end up missing. Why they taking these kids? I'm so sick of this shit. Why they taking these kids? I'm so sick of this shit. Why they taking these kids? I'm so sick of this shit. Why? That was why.
Mm-hmm.
We got our brother coming through the building. What's good, Mr.
Hello, hello.
Boom, 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 boom. Knock, knock.
John Q in the building.
Mm-hmm.
What's good,
How's
bro?
everybody doing? My goodness.
Good, good. How are you?
I'm good. I'm good. I'm just sitting over here stuffing my face. Mhm.
What you eating? Some whipped cream?
Oh no. Oh no. Having some fish sticks and crab cakes.
Oh, yummy crab cakes.
Mm-hmm.
Long as it's not, is it imitation crab?
Oh no, that's homemade stuff.
Yummy.
Yeah, how you feeling, brother boss?
I'm cooling, man. I'm cooling, man. Just
That's good.
anxious for this goddamn this verdict, man, and what they gonna get these motherfucking three amigos.
Give them life without full life without no chance of parole.
Yes.
Period.
Yep.
I want to throw this question up here. Any one of y'all can answer it, but it was very, very interesting. Hold on, that's the wrong one. She said, if they give Rowdy 10, will you consider that justice served? Uh-oh. Hold that thought. Y'all can sit up here if you want to. It's up to you.
I'm going to mute out.
All right.
All right. The way the court's going to address this, I'm going to make a few remarks, and then address each one of the defendants with regard to sentencing. And the remarks are intended to be general, but also taken into consideration in the individual sentencing portion of the court's statement. So that's how we intend to proceed.
You got some echoing going on.
Uh-oh, thank you. Appreciate it.
Case has accepted the jury's verdict, listened to the presentations here today in aggravation and mitigation, and candidly have spent a lot of time thinking about this. This is a case that has taken a lot of time and energy on a lot of people's parts, and has been a case of note, not just in this community, but really in a lot of communities. But what we're here today to determine is what an appropriate sentence is, quite separate from the notoriety of the case and any other outside influence that may exist. And so the court is going to be very careful in explaining that the court has considered just the evidence and what is appropriate under the circumstances of this case to consider in the Superior Court. So that all being said, let me start with this statement. As we all now know, based upon the verdict that was rendered in this court in November, Ahmaud Arbery was murdered. It's a tragedy. It's a tragedy on many, many levels. On February 23rd of 2020, almost 2 years ago, a resident of Glynn County, a graduate of Brunswick High, a son, a brother, a young man with dreams, was gunned down in this community. As we understand it, he left his home apparently to go for a run, and he ended up running for his life. He entered the English home at approximately 1:04 p.m. and left that home at about 1:08 on that day. At 1:14, Greg McMichael calls 911 to let them know that there's a black male running down the street. And within moments, Ahmaud Arbery is shot and killed. The three men that are now before this court chased him in a residential neighborhood for at least 5 minutes in pickup trucks, armed with a shotgun and a .357 revolver. The state mentioned this today about the time period, but I do want to put that time period in context. And the only way I could think to do so may be a little theatrical, but I think it's appropriate. I want us all to get a concept of time. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to sit silently for 1 minute. And that 1 minute represents a fraction of the time that Ahmaud Arbery was running in Satilla Shores. That's approximately a minute. Again, the chase that occurred in Satilla Shores occurred over about a 5-minute period. And when I thought about this, I thought from a lot of different angles, and I kept coming back to the terror that must have been in the mind of the young man running through Satilla Shores. The jury heard the evidence and returned a verdict. And what a difficult job they had under the circumstances. Without any comment on the verdict itself, I think all counsel will agree and accept that this was a very difficult case to even get a jury impaneled on. And there are issues out there with regard to the jury that were brought up in the press and elsewhere. But I want to give credit to those members of the panel, not because of their verdict, just because of the fact that they were willing to go through the process that they went through with the state, with the defense, and with this court. We're here today to sentence the defendants. In discharging the duty, this court is required to consider all mitigating and aggravating circumstances. The court has considered those circumstances, including but not limited to all aspects of the crimes charged, the past criminal record or lack thereof of the defendants. I've also considered any lawful evidence which tends to show the motive of the defendants, their lack of remorse, their general moral character, and any predisposition to commit other crimes. Now, I think in this case, the record speaks for itself, and the defendant's own words, I think, guide this court with regard to sentencing. Went back through my notes and other resources to pull some of the quotes that we have in this case. I'll start with Greg McMichael. In my opinion, Greg McMichael, very early on in this, tried to establish a narrative. He made comments like, Ahmaud Arbery was trapped like a rat. Stop or I'll blow your, and I won't repeat it again, head off. He effectively admitted that he wasn't sure what Ahmaud Arbery had done wrong. Quote, I don't think the guy has actually stolen anything out there, or if he did, it was early in the process. But he keeps going back over and over again into this damn house. Getting back to the narrative, told Travis, you have no choice. Told another individual at the side or at the scene, this guy ain't no shuffler. This guy's an asshole. He commented that he wanted him, Ahmaud Arbery, to know that we weren't playing. If I could have gotten a shot at the guy, I would have shot him. Travis McMichael claims he was in shock. But it's interesting because he talks about his concern for his child and his own well-being. Part of this was while the victim was actually laying there in the street. Commented, this is the worst day of my life. Well, I think it's been touched on here today. There were other individuals that were impacted. I'll look at the video of this incident. When I say the video, I think everybody knows what we're talking about, but there was one part of it that struck me as absolutely chilling. And that is, I believe it's in the enhanced video provided by the GBI. There's a frame where I believe Ahmaud Arbery, it looks to be, if he's 20 yards out, that may be close, 30 yards out. And it's the frame of Travis McMichael lifting the shotgun to fire at Ahmaud Arbery. And you watch that, with context. And when I say context, after hearing the evidence in this case, again, thinking about a young man that had been running at that point for almost 5 minutes, and it is a chilling, truly disturbing scene. And we got there because Travis McMichael's father saw Ahmaud Arbery hauling down the street and calls out, "Let's go." At that point, Travis McMichael, despite whatever may have been going on in his life at that time, with regard to family or otherwise, just goes, grabs a shotgun and goes because he assumes that it is the right thing to do. Ahmaud Arbery was then hunted down and shot. And he was killed because individuals here in this courtroom took the law into their own hands. Mr. Bryan, he joined in after calling out to the McMichaels. Y'all got him? Claimed he didn't know what was going on, but obviously wanted to know if this individual who was running through the neighborhood, who he didn't know, had been caught in some way. Said, quote, "I figured he'd done something wrong, but I didn't know for sure." All right, that wasn't actually the quote. Those quotes are two separate quotes. Didn't know for sure. "I thought he would get away." And this is the part that is disturbing to me with Roddy Bryan. If the guy would have stopped, this would have never happened. All of these quotes give context, I think, to the video that we saw during the case. And Miss Wanda Cooper-Jones this morning made a statement that I think, when you look at these statements and you see the videos, is very true. And that is, she said, when they could not scare or intimidate him, they killed him. There's been discussion about remorse. And I agree with counsel that it is dangerous for defendants who have multiple prosecutions against them to make statements of remorse. But remorse isn't something that is simply a statement of regret. Remorse, I think, can be determined by looking at somebody's reaction to difficult circumstances and the reality of the situation that they're in. Again, it doesn't require an apology, and quite honestly, sometimes apologies are made simply to get past problems. Remorse is something that's felt and demonstrated. In this case, getting back to the video, again, after Ahmaud Arbery fell, the McMichaels turned their backs. It's, again, a disturbing image, and they walked away. This was a killing. It was callous, and it occurred, as far as the court is concerned, based upon the evidence, because confrontation was being sought. I think the statement was made during closing arguments. It's interesting to note that the most violent crime in Satilla Shores was the murder of Ahmaud Arbery. So sentencing does not generally provide closure. I think Ms. Wanda Cooper-Jones also talked about closure, but I don't find that it really does. And I think that's an unfortunate thing. Because in this case, I think many people are seeking closure. The mother, the father, the community, and maybe even parts of the nation. But closure is hard to define and is a granular concept. It's seen differently by all depending on their perspective and the prism of your lives. Instead of closure, maybe we'd best see today's proceeding as an exercise in accountability. We are all accountable for our own actions. Sometimes in today's day and age, that statement is lost upon many. And today the defendants are being held accountable for their actions here in Superior Court. Today demonstrates that everybody is accountable to the rule of law. Taking the law into your own hands is a dangerous endeavor. I'm not sure how this comes across. I'll say it anyway. I think ultimately, with regard to the murder of Ahmaud Arbery, it holds us all accountable. I've read somewhere, and I don't remember where it was, that at a minimum, Ahmaud Arbery's death should force us to consider expanding our definition of what a neighbor may be and how we treat them. I argue that maybe a neighbor is more than the people who just own property around your house. I also believe that in assuming the worst in others, we show our worst character. Assuming the best in others is always the best course of action. And maybe those are the grand lessons from this case. I will let others spend as much time as they want writing about it and talking about it. But those are my general thoughts with regard to this case and sentencing. That said, with regard to the sentence in this case, as to Travis McMichael, Mr. McMichael, the court sentences you as follows. Count 1, malice murder, life without the possibility of parole. Count 2, felony murder.
Yes, sir.
Operation of law. Count 3, felony murder, vacated by operation of law. Count 4, felony murder, vacated by operation of law. Count 5, felony murder, vacated by operation of law. Count 6, aggravated assault, merges into count 1. Count 7, aggravated assault. The court sentences the defendant to 20 years consecutive to count 1. Count 8, false imprisonment, merges into count 1. Count 9, attempted false imprisonment, 5 years concurrent to count 7. That is life plus 20. Greg McMichael, the court sentences you as follows. Count 1, malice murder, defendant was found not guilty. Count 2, felony murder, life without the possibility of parole. Count 3, felony murder, vacated. When I say vacated, it's vacated by operation of law in all cases. I'm not going to repeat it. Count 4, vacated. Count 5, vacated. Count 6 merges into count 2. Count 7, aggravated assault, 20 years consecutive to count 2. Count 8, 10 years concurrent to count 7. Count 9, 5 years concurrent to count 7. That is life plus 20 years. Roddy Bryan, I do want to separate a little bit because the state is making a different recommendation. And despite the back and forth that Mr. Goff and I had during this case, I do want to point out a couple things that he raised that I think are appropriate to raise with regard to the sentence. As far as the remorse, I think Roddy Bryan stands in very different shoes. It is obvious from the beginning that he questioned the tragedy that had occurred at the scene. It was on, I believe, I can't remember whose body cam, but the body cam, in fact, questioning whether or not what had occurred, and then took steps early on in this process, I think, that demonstrated that he had grave concerns that what had occurred should not have occurred. And I think that does make Mr. Bryan's situation a little bit different. However, Mr. Bryan has been convicted of felony murder. And I do not believe it can be disputed based on the facts of this case that the verdict was an appropriate verdict based upon the evidence presented, at least. And when I say appropriate, what I mean is legal. Because I believe there's been some discussion about some differences between Mr. Bryan and the McMichaels. There may be some differences, but it does not change the fact that was it not for the fact that Mr. Bryan used his vehicle in a way to impede Mr. Arbery's course of travel, this may not have ever occurred, and that is sufficient for felony murder. He did cooperate with law enforcement. I will point out Mr. Goff 1710-1B. There's actually a case out of Chatham County that says it would not apply under the circumstances of this case. So the court recognizing that Mr. Bryan's position is different. Again, Mr. Bryan was found not guilty on count 1 and count 2. The court sentences Mr. Bryan to life with the possibility of parole on count 3. Count 4 is vacated. Count 5 is vacated. Count 6, the defendant was found not guilty. Count 7 merges into count 3. The defendant is sentenced to 10 years consecutive to count 3 on count 8 and 5 years concurrent with count 8. Both of those counts, though, will be suspended sentences, which gives Mr. Bryan a life with the possibility of parole sentence. Those are the sentences, the court having pronounced sentence. First, with regard to Travis McMichael. Mr. McMichael, you are hereby notified that under the law of Georgia, you are entitled to appeal the guilty verdict of the jury, and if you decide to do so, you must file your appeal within 30 days of this date. You are also informed that you have the right to retain a lawyer of your own choice to represent you on your post-trial motions and appeals to the appropriate appellate court of Georgia. If you cannot afford a lawyer, the court will appoint one for you. You are entitled to and will be given a transcript of all pretrial, trial, and post-trial matters without cost to you if you cannot afford a transcript. You may file a motion for a new trial, or you may appeal your case directly to the appropriate appellate court of Georgia for review. You are also advised that the statute of limitations for habeas corpus in this state is 4 years in the case of felonies and 1 year in the case of misdemeanors. The statute begins to run from the date the conviction becomes final. And just to be clear on the record, I'm going to go through the statement with regard to each defendant. So as to Gregory McMichael, you are hereby notified that under the law of Georgia, you are entitled to appeal the guilty verdict of the jury. And if you decide to do so, you must file your appeal within 30 days of this date. You are also informed that you have the right to retain a lawyer of your own choice to represent you on your post-trial motions and appeals to the appropriate appellate court of Georgia. If you cannot afford a lawyer, the court will appoint one for you. You are entitled to and will be given a transcript of all pretrial, trial, and post-trial matters without cost to you if you cannot afford a transcript. You may file a motion for a new trial, or you may appeal your case directly to the appropriate appellate court of Georgia. You are also advised that the statute of limitations for habeas corpus in this state is 4 years in the case of felonies and 1 year in the case of misdemeanors. The statute begins to run from the date the conviction becomes final. And then finally, Mr. Bryan, you are hereby notified that under the law of Georgia, you are entitled to appeal the guilty verdict of the jury, and if you decide to do so, you must file your appeal within 30 days of this date. You are also informed that you have the right to retain a lawyer of your own choice to represent you on your post-trial motions and appeals to the appropriate appellate court of Georgia. If you cannot afford a lawyer, the court will appoint one for you. You are entitled to and will be given a transcript of all pretrial, trial, and post-trial matters without cost to you if you cannot afford a transcript. You may file a motion for a new trial, or you may appeal your case directly to the appropriate appellate court of Georgia for review. You're also advised that the statute of limitations for habeas corpus in this state is 4 years in the case of felonies and 1 year in the case of misdemeanors. The statute begins to run from the date the conviction becomes final. Don't have a blue or black pen. Is there a blue or black pen down there? Thank you. The court has executed the statement of appeal for Travis McMichael, Greg McMichael, and William R. Bryan. If I could please have counsel and the defendants execute the statements of appeal to confirm they've been given, or the notice has been given.
All right. Y'all can come off of mute.
Yes.
Yes,
Thank
Lord.
you, Jesus.
Fly, fly.
Celebrate good times. Come on. That's what
Yes,
they did.
Lord.
Yes.
Y'all give me 1 second. I'm gonna take this down real quick. I'm gonna leave it here, but I'm gonna take it down because I want to play a song real quick because somebody asked me to have it ready.
All
But
right.
I just couldn't take my eyes off of that damn screen.
This is amazing.
I
Yeah.
am very pleased. I am
Me
very
too,
pleased.
100%. I knew it. I predicted it. I predicted it. I was like, I know this has got to happen, or else it's gonna be a problem. So
Most
I'm
definitely.
glad this worked out.
We gonna ride out to who that?
Yeah. Body to be. Yeah. Let's go. Yeah. Trying to make a couple moves, make an impact. Get a couple of degrees, get a big fat check, then send that. Yeah. Nevertheless, I don't think we gon' come do our best. But we do demand that they pass out the test. Let us handle the rest and we right at your neck. Yeah. I'm an educated black man, bitch, don't try me. Don't confuse me with the rioting. This is my right that I'm exercising. Now we got Trump, got Biden. Both of them chumps be lying. Plus it's just minuses. We know what time it is. Veto to both of them niggas. Get them out of here. We got a commandeer. 40 acres in the mule, bitch, that's our shit. Turn this bitch into a mosh pit. Think that we playing, motherfucker, just watch this. And that dirty cop shit, you gon' make us pop your lid. Be mad in the bitch if we shot your kid. It'll be a war, better back up, bitch. Yeah. All a nigga want is a peace of mind. Treat the people like a treat yours, and everything'll be just fine. Just look at the time. We been in a bind. Just give me what's mine. We done lay down, but we back on the grind. I know my rights, so I'm toting my nine. It's me and my people, my nigga. We ready for war. You better be ready, cause we bout to kick down the door. You know that we fed up and we cannot take it no more. All of that racial injustice, that shit gotta cease. You know it's me, I'm reppin' that body to beat. And if you ain't know, you about to believe.
Okay, fuck your shit and them niggas in that blue black. My people, they fighting back and we don't know how to act. We up in the front now, they want us to fall back. This is not back in the days, nigga, we all on the rage. We on the front of the page, all on the side of the cage. What the fuck you really think a nigga was gonna do about it? Now we suicidal, homicide, and now they scared of riots. Thinking to turn into an arsonist. Y'all motherfuckers the one that came around starting shit. Do you think a nigga really wanna be a part of this shit? It done turn hazardous, chemical liquid. It don't matter to certain people, we get it. Big gets, they got this bitch getting their shit twist. Racist faces, popping from different places. Do you not understand it's a new generation? Who the fuck do we blame? Do we blame Satan? White privilege got them racist in our faces. This is not slavery, we slapping tastes inside of your racist faces. It's just in case we gon' be the ones that's sketching the case. Talking about something fits and they dismiss the case. This shit been going on since way back in the days. You really think they killing us by mistake? They hate the skin that we in, we winning. Y'all brought us over here, now we in position. Y'all put us in the game, we in position. Ballin' on them and they mad that we winning. A white person showed us how to read, and then we learned about them numbers and digits. They try to make us wipe our own people from existence. Y'all did that when y'all gave us the crack. LOL that.
It's me and my people, my nigga, we ready for war. You better be ready, cause we bout to kick down the door. You know that we fed up and we cannot take it no more. All of that racial injustice, that shit gotta cease. You know it's me, I'm reppin' that body to beat. And if you ain't know, you about to believe.
Give me 6 feet, boy, you're making me nervous. These wings just popped in my back, boy, I ain't do this on purpose. They done softened up the game, yep, you can see that the nerve. The niggas will never believe in another Bible, nigga, so I'm gonna say it in verses. The revolution won't be televised, and the media telling lies. Hope can say she ain't a hoe, but look at the way that she spread her thighs. And I can recognize that they don't sympathize with our situation, nigga, we never get reparations. Niggas is fighting apartheid, look at my eyes, I'm down with the separation. Niggas ain't even American citizens, talking about they Republican. Democrats be telling lies, kissing black babies and niggas get sucker in. They say that we voted, we die. I say it's a joke and a lie. They keeping us focused on politics, while they politic and we continue to die. Wanna die in the tribe, is you high, thinking that they better than Trump. They gon' still shoot us down the streets, cause they think that they better than us. That's racism, they stay killing while playing victim. Always playing victim. But they put them shots off in Jacob's back. Fuck a protest, now we bustin' back.
It's me and my people, my nigga, we ready for war. You better be ready, cause we bout to kick down the door. You know that we fed up and we cannot take it no more. All of that racial injustice, that shit gotta cease. You know it's me, I'm reppin' that body to beat. And if you ain't know, you about to believe.
Oh man, I'm gonna just let y'all have it, man. John, since you just joined us, man, what's your feelings right now, bro? What's your feelings right now, man?
I'm solid. I am solid with that sentencing. You know, that was exactly what I was looking for. Exactly. You know, you get life plus 20 on the McMichaels. As soon as that first one came through, I knew the second one was going to come through identically. And as for Bryant, yeah, there was going to be a little bit more of a lighter sentence, but just about as equivalent to the life sentence that he deserves because he contributed to the factor of Ahmaud's death. Well, so, you know,
He
that
should have
was
minded his business. That's what he should have did.
yeah, it was a solid sentencing. I like the way he handled it. I like the way he took a moment to describe and remind people, especially them in the courtroom, remind them for a moment what a minute feels like out of the 5 minutes that they chased Amari down that street up until they killed him. You know, so yeah, I'm solid.
100.
I am really solid about that.
Yes.
And welcome everybody to the chat.
Hello, hello. Hey, Q.
You off mute? Let me take you off mute. Well, you got yourself on mute, Q. So what's your feelings right now? You knew.
I am so happy. I am so happy. I love this verdict 100%. I mean, it couldn't have turned any better. I mean, that was awesome. Awesome. I told you that judge was sitting there probably saying, lady, if you don't sit your tail down somewhere with that BS.
What about you, Miss V? Is Q you with us yet?
Oh, here I am.
Yeah, I'm here. Sorry, I had to close out another screen. Can y'all hear me?
Hey, Q. How are you?
Hey, babies. Hey, I'm good. Go ahead, Miss V. I'm listening.
Okay, so I'm like, life, bitches.
That part. That part. I just wanted to piggyback and say, yeah, life without the possibility of parole.
Period.
What up, Ghost?
I am disappointed. I'm disappointed that they had their mask on. I wanted to see their face.
Yes.
Their mouth probably dropped. Their mouth probably dropped.
Brian trying to stand up and take his shit like a man, like I'm gonna stand up strong. Like,
right.
Yeah, but if we could have seen their lips, they probably was quivering.
No, girl, it's those diapers you want to see because they shit themselves. Believe that.
Hell nah. And this is a very, very huge moment.
Justice, baby.
Definitely for me myself because I've been following this case from day one.
Day
one.
And just to see, John, how you used to say, how we said, it's great when a plan comes together.
Yes, this is the only outcome.
Yes, 100. Yes, 100.
That part. You know what? I feel like I made my last design for them. You got it's funny because I posted it yesterday. I'm giving away a hoodie, and it's from my Just Justice collection. And the front of it says, I can't remember exactly, something like "Think of this way." No possibility of no parole, no bond, or something like that. But it fits the description perfectly.
I get it. I gotta go get one from you.
No, it's tight. It's tight. I can't lie.
Drop your link in my chat. I'm definitely gonna buy one of those too.
I'll grab it for you. It's super tight and it fits. Like, period. This is the outcome I want so many times, y'all.
Yep.
Man.
We finally get one though. We finally get one.
Yeah, we got it. We got it.
We don't forget George. We got him too.
Oh, we got that. Yeah,
George
now
Floyd.
we've been winning.
Right. Yeah, the three cops. Yeah, the ones that sat there watching the whole doggone thing instead of
So they
helping
got
him.
the ones that was watching too?
Yes.
Did they get the same time?
Yeah, they're getting them.
I don't know what time everybody got. I don't know.
They're getting them.
Yeah, I don't know the times on that case. I guess we were so focused on the one that was here because
because he was so.
This was like close to home and more personal, so we just had a lot of attention on this one for the people that was close to it.
Yeah, different cases will pull you like that.
And I'm so glad that this case the sentencing turned out like this, because I thought I was gonna have to come out of my New Year's resolution and start cursing up a storm.
He was ready to tear something up. I love it. No, they didn't.
Helicopter, jackass, the world turns. You know how you say when you used to try to curse by using everything, man. Man, that chicken there's a witch.
Yeah, they did good. They did good. Because
Yeah.
sometimes they try to slip you up with that whole parole shit. I'm like, no possibility. Oh, that was music to my ears right there. No
When I knew it
possibility.
was done, the way when the judge said, before we get into the sentence, I got some shit I want to say. I've been waiting this
That
whole
part.
trial. I've been waiting this whole trial. I got some shit I want to say. And when he started reading out that stuff, I said, oh, they done. They done.
Done.
Yes.
Yeah.
Said the same thing. Crystal G said, "Oh, it's over. Yeah, it's over."
I mean, it's not like they didn't literally hunt that man down and murder him like a dog.
Right.
Let's be clear.
Exactly.
It was no ifs, ands, or buts about that. They did that.
Exactly.
They had to
Auntie,
pay.
you don't be playing, man. Auntie do not be playing. Do y'all hear me? My auntie do not be playing. We got a different complexion. This the family stretch out real long, but that's my auntie.
Yeah.
Well, I like auntie and judge.
Yes. I love a judge like that. I do.
Yeah.
And the best part, I guess we can all be appreciative of, is that this sets an example and a tone for all the district attorneys around the country.
Yes.
When you can do your due diligence and hold the state cases just the way they held it in this case, they can get more convictions, especially when cases like this occur, if they do their due diligence thoroughly. And I got to put my hands together for the state, because they put their case on the table on this one. Big time. Big time.
Yeah.
For real.
Hey, now let me ask y'all this: being that they have been sentenced, but they still got another court case to do as far as the federal charges for the hate crime, do you think they will be found guilty for those as well? We're gonna start with the ladies first. So I'm gonna start with you, Ms. Q. Definitely.
Oh, okay. Let me say this. That's tricky. I mean, we know how it goes with the jury and all the different mindsets and things like that. So we talking specifically about the hate crime or the charge of a hate crime. I could say that could be a 50-50 for me right now. In my mind, it should be no question about it. But I'm just saying, realistically speaking, it could be. I mean, it's a shot. We don't know. I don't know how that's gonna go.
Ms. V. Ms. V. All right, you knew. We're gonna come back to Ms. V.
All right.
I don't know why my mute button is
There she
freezing.
goes.
I'm
There
right
she
here.
goes. She's out. She's out.
It keep on freezing up on me. Okay, so all those racist remarks made by Travis, yeah, most definitely he's gonna get a hate crime, and anything that came out of somebody's mouth concerning race or anything is gonna get that charge.
I hope so. I hope it ain't no questions about it. I do.
I agree. They should definitely get in. Yeah, definitely. I agree with that.
Buckman, I have to go, baby. I had a premiere scheduled for 12:30. I'm so sorry I can't stay, but I'm gonna hook up with you soon, okay?
All right. Bye, Miss Q. See you soon.
Bye, y'all. Justice, baby.
Yes.
see you later.
Justice.
Justice.
Definitely justice. Yes.
All right, John. What's your thoughts, John? Then we're gonna go to the ghosts.
Well, I look at it plain and simple. If the evidence of a hate crime is there, yes, all the way. They should be held accountable for the hate crime. If someone called or made any statements that had a racial, derogatory, anything, inflammatory statements when it comes to race, yes, you should be held accountable for that. So if it is present in this case, like I know that it is, yeah, they should be held accountable for that too.
It gotta be. I think the state or the federal, the one who brought those charges up. I don't think that who did that come from? I can't remember. I think it was just brought up by the state. Maybe the
Yeah,
feds.
I think they just picked it up. You know how sometimes they just pick up cases, but
What you think, though?
I agree with everybody else. I think it should be easy. I would think they will be more aggressive and more harsher than what happened today. So if y'all go pick up the case, and y'all got to be putting down the book also. But how much can you put on top of life without no chance of parole?
Yep.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Because you got to realize with the federal hate charges, the sentence is death. You know what I'm saying?
And then what it can hurt with Brown is that today he got life with the chance of parole. He go to federal, then he might not get. They might take that off the board. So just because they gave you the chance of parole, they can take that off and just give y'all all straight life. So that's not the only thing that we can see in a big change. Yeah, giving them more years. Yeah, they got 2 life sentences and 50 years on top of that. Yeah, that sound all cute, but basically they're gonna die in jail. You know what I'm saying? So the only thing that can really change is Brown's case, the fact that he won't be able to get out at all.
I think my personal opinion is I gotta record in a second. Hold on, bro. I feel like the way the judge broke that down to them, to everybody, I think of course, the federal judges, whoever gonna do the case, they heard that. And I'm pretty sure they feel the same goddamn way. It's your reactions. When he was speaking about being remorseful, you don't have to say it all the time. You can see it, you can feel it. We didn't see it or feel shit from them. So I think Travis and his father will be convicted and charged with a hate crime. I don't think they're gonna get. I don't think Roddy's gonna get.
They might not get Roddy. And but the thing about with the judge, another thing I like about the judge, the fact that he pointed out certain moments. You know what I'm saying? Like when Ahmaud was down on the ground and how they just walked off. You know what I'm saying? And then with Brown, did you get him? Or it would have never happened if he would have just stopped. But you said if you don't stop, I'm gonna blow your heads off. So who's to say if I stop? You might say, fuck it, I'm gonna go and blow your head off anyway. Once you start saying it, let me know you got something on, whether it's a gun or a knife or it's a multiple of y'all coming after me. I'm trying to get away. You chasing me. So it's no reason I'm gonna stop. And just because I didn't stop, you say that justifies why I got killed? Nah, that's bullshit.
There's definitely no justice in that. There's no justice in that.
None at all.
No.
Well, I definitely appreciate everybody who rocked with me this whole entire time, especially that whole goddamn week or 2 weeks of goddamn of the trial.
Yeah.
John, you going live tonight?
Yes, we are. We're going live from New York at 8:30 p.m. We're going to have Mr. David Robinson, the father of Daniel Robinson, who went missing out of Buckeye, Arizona on June 23rd on the panel tonight to give us an update on the search efforts that have been made, along with the updates of tonight's city search efforts in the area of the Phoenix area, and then tomorrow's information based on the field search where Daniel actually went missing. So we're going to have a very big and special live tonight at 8:30. So you definitely want to be there.
Yeah, you gotta drop the link in there, man. Send that to me, Blake, so I can try. Because I don't know if I'm subscribed to his page or not. I don't know.
Yeah, definitely do a good job. But I got a recording session coming up right here.
Okay.
I appreciate y'all. I'll be seeing y'all tonight at 8 o'clock at John's house. Everybody in the chat, one love. Be
One
safe.
love,
Peace,
bro.
everybody. Y'all hold it down. Be safe. We got justice today. We got justice.
Yes, we did.
Hey,
Yes,
boss
we
man,
did.
call me after your session. I just want to highlight real quick.
I called you yesterday too.
I was asleep. I had to get up at 3 this morning to go to work.
Were you snoring too?
I wasn't on the panel if I was.
It's all right. It's all right. It's all right.
Normally I end mine with my mom's song, but I think it's only right I end it with a Mars. Y'all be easy. See y'all tonight at 8 o'clock.
Peace out.
As a man, you have a lot of responsibilities in life, man. No matter what it is, any obstacle, any mountain, any hill, any bump in the road, you don't let nothing stop you, man. no matter what it takes, man. Anything easy in life, you will never respect. A test is just a setup for a testimony. You can't call yourself a man if you ready to quit. Trust me, I know. I've been there. Talk to him, nigga. I know all about the struggle, homie. Cause I did it. And I went through it. I never gave up, no matter what. Never wanna give it up, no matter what. I'ma just fight till I'm done. Never wanna give it up, no matter what. You would never make me run. Never wanna give it up, no matter what. I'ma just fight till I'm done. You would never make me run. No matter what. I'm sick of these fuckers, they taking the law in their hand. Trying to get me a chopper cause nobody following the fucking laws of the land. How do they call you a man? You really a bitch, you be calling your friend. And when we go jogging, you calling it in. You not a man, you really a trend. I had enough of a man. These trumpets I blow don't belong in a band. I'ma give him the smoke, I'ma blow up his head. I'ma empty the clip, make sure that he dead. My pencil mechanical stacked with the lead. I'm a radical when I done ran out of meds. I will detach your neck from your head. My bandana red. Let's go. Never wanna give it up, no matter what. I'ma just fight till I'm done. Never wanna give it up, no matter what. You would never make me run. Never wanna give it up, no matter what. I'ma just fight till I'm done. You would never make me run. No matter what. I feel like just taking a jog, running a couple of blocks. Put on my bandana, grab me a tee. Put on my shoes and my socks. When I work out, I just like to go hard. I should be sick cause my name is Ahmaud. I never bother nobody, they won't bother me. That's just the way of the law. Now who would've thought I would pay such a cost? The neighbors, they just started making these calls. They telling the peoples I'm breaking it home. I pray to God that I just make it home. I came by myself so I'm running alone. Somebody is calling me, what do they want? I'm looking behind me, I'm seeing a truck. In the back of the truck is a man with a gun. I do what I do and continue to run. They pull up beside me, they cutting me off. The man in the back, he begin to jump off. I protected myself before he could let off. But he pulled the trigger and that's when I would fall. 2 shots in my body, I knew I was gone. They could have left me alone. I wish I was home. I'm on my way to the throne. What up, Ahmaud? I'm running with you. No matter what. Let's go. Never wanna give it up. No matter what. I'ma just fight till I'm done. Never wanna give it up. No matter what. You would never make me run. Never wanna give it up. No matter what. I'ma just fight till I'm done. You would never make me run. No matter what. The racists, they thought they was getting away. No sir, no way. Y'all gotta pay. Ain't no play. Put some respect on his name. Hey, we calling for change. Gotta get rid of that DA. She evil like a goddamn slave. We gotta get her gone. Made the bitch leave this stage. That Ryder tried to plead this case. Got him locked up, had to leave his place. Should've seen his face. He's scared, so he gon' turn state. Now he running from the KKK. Now I heard Travis called you a nigga to your face. As your body laid down, that's a goddamn shame. But your mom stepped up. She was amazing. That new law should be named after her baby. Hey, never wanna give it up. No matter what. I'ma just fight till I'm done. Never wanna give it up. No matter what. You would never make me run. Never wanna give it up. No matter what. I'ma just fight till I'm done. You would never make me run. No matter what. Hey.
Arrests have been made in the death of Ahmaud Arbery, the African-American man shot and killed by 2 armed white men while jogging through a South Georgia neighborhood.
Well, Jeff, around 8 o'clock, we learned that GBI arrested father and son Gregory and Travis McMichael for the death of Ahmaud Arbery. Both men have been charged with murder and aggravated assault.
The community is demanding answers.
Ahmaud carried the most humblest spirit. Ahmaud was kind. He was well-mannered. Ahmaud, most of all, was loved by his family and peers. I mean, Ahmaud didn't deserve to go the way that he went.
This got to stop.
And that just was enough.
run for Ahmaud.